wherever he is, whether he's in Kenya, in Mexico, and anywhere, just log on to Radisson guest. You are a guest too. They didn't buy any plot for you here. Nobody has paid for any opportunity here beyond a guest status. So you're a guest. Your username is in-house. The pass is explore. Once you code in those information, you are good to go. The next is, if you want to wee-wee, if you want to pee-pee, whether liquid or solid, there's a place just behind that. You go and enjoy yourself. Or while you are there, make sure you control the other innuendos around it, because some people are very close to that door. If you are one of the persons who people used to smell, reduce it so that we will not perceive any. If you want to go out, the door is still there, and you want to come in, the door is still there. Everybody here has been carefully selected to be your ally, your associate, your colleague, your friend, because in the union world, we are all friends. Because united, we, are you hearing me? So do well to begin to just introduce yourself to somebody near you. I know some of us may not have met ourselves before now. Let the person near you know who you are, what you represent, where you are coming from. There are some people from Nape here. Some people, yes. Well, there are some people from Nape here. Am I correct? Comrade, well, am I correct? Yes. And there are some people from Nwate. Comrade John Ogwe, am I correct? Some Nwate members are here. Jim, am I correct? Very correct. Your own is very correct. You know you're my man all the time. There are some people from outside here. Am I correct? They are here. ANAP, they are here now. There are some people from ANAP. Am I correct? ANAP here. So we are here to be here. This is Jatov arrangement. And in this arrangement, everybody is encapsulated into this high-level negotiation. Let me tell you, the beauty of this conference is that the union at its highest power within the aviation world, and even beyond, is here represented. When I saw Comrade Sefiano, I know that we are in for a big deal. You're welcome, sir. The thing about Sefiano is, when he was the president of Nwate, he used to be handsome. But now that he's at the ITF level, representing the whole of Africa, he is more handsome. And when I saw him this morning, I saw that the man is working on our behalf. A round of applause for him, please. I said a round of applause for Comrade Sefiano. You are clapping as if you woke up from sleep this morning. You don't know what people, the prices people pay to get involved the way he gets involved. So you are appreciated because you are here, and you are to be celebrated continually. This program is well planned, and I know that you will not regret coming to this program today. Thank you very much. I was receiving some very specific directives from the secretary of this forum called Zatov. Very able and capable President Hector. President Hector has been doing so great. Hector Nade, a round of applause for him. He has told me what to do, and I've received the instruction very clearly. So permit me to begin to engage us with our opening formalities. If you're here, I know you have registered that you are here, and they have given you your materials. They gave you a bag, yes, I know. There's a bag handed to you at the registration point. The next is you get yourself seated. I know. If you are not sitting down here, it's not because there is no seat. It is because you prefer to stand up. I also know that our faculties are here already. And it will please me and you to begin to invite them to occupy the high table. Permit me to invite, as we welcome with a round of applause, the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Barrister Festus Keyamo, High Chief, represented here today by no other than the Director of Special Duties at the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Chief Henry Agbabiere. It is my pleasure. Please, ushers, do me a favor. If I call anybody, assist and support that person to get to the high table. When they invite people, no, sit here, very confidently. Thank you. If I invite anybody to the high table, please do me a favor. Give me a round of applause. It's not easy to be invited to the high table, especially at an occasion like this. Ushers, your duty is, anybody I call to the high table must be supported. You help the person carry his belongings. If the person uses eyeglass, collect. Support the person to go there. You don't know how we may be rewarded because they are very big people. Thank you. Let me also invite to the high table the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, in the person of High Chief Emmanuel Meribole, ably represented here today by Engineer Jensen Asaba, the Director of Corporate Services at the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. Yes. And you allowed him to hold his phone. No, I don't understand. Why should he hold his phone? That phone may have been the constraint we will have. Thank you. Let me also invite to the high table another very distinguished personality, the Managing Director, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. A young lady who is very elegant, and her name is Mrs. Olubumi Kuku, ably represented here today by Debola Agobiade, the Director of Commercial and Business Development. I'm sure you collected her phone. Oh, that's lovely, my dear. Thank you very much. That was an error. That was an open item, That's an open item. Let me also invite to our high table our own very highly cherished and appreciated, the ITF General Secretary Africa and Oceanic World, in the person of our brother, distinguished Alhaji, Comrade Barrister, which other one have I not called? Multitasking leader, Sefiano. Don't go there. He's from Kano. They are still contesting for the emir of Kano. I don't want to talk about that. He's still in court. Am I correct? That's what he's still in court now. So that's why I didn't add that one, because we don't know the actual person who is supposed to be occupying that position until the court says so. May I also very quickly invite a very responsible, reliable, dependable chairman of JATOF in this industry, our own barrister, Illitrus Amadu. A round of applause for him, please. The chairman of JATOF is coming, and you are not clapping well. He will revoke some of the entitlements here. You're welcome. He's a lawyer. They know how to revoke things. Yes, Wike has revoked so many things in Abuja. From the legal perspective, revocation has not been his problem since he assumed office. If you just talk from legal perspective, he will revoke. So the high table is well made. I hope they helped you to bring your paper here. Thank you very much. To be sitting at our front row here, I want to invite all the vice chairmen of JATOF. May I invite at this moment High Chief Comrade Ben Nabwe, the president of NOATE and the vice chair of JATOF, chairman ITF Nigeria. Please, there is a seat waiting for you here. This one, you are appreciating yourself with forever. You are appreciating yourself with vigorosity. And also to be recognized and invited to occupy a seat here is our own High Chief Comrade Galadima Abednego, the National President of NAPE and the Vice Chairman of JATOF. Comrade Abednego, please. Okay. May I also invite the last born of the presidents, our own dear, very reliable comrade, Alale Adebayo, the president of APNAP. Amongst the presidents, he's the last born. Am I correct? Forever. May I also acknowledge and recognize this president. If he's a Q, I don't like to be associated with it. I told my ushers to collect whatever you are holding. You want to deny us benefits? If there was need to hold your phone, we can hold the phone, so that finally you settle properly. Because everything we are doing will require settlement. May I invite also to this responsible positioning the Secretary of the Forum of JATOF, the person of Comrade Hector Nadi JP, a very reliable and responsible High Chief. Forever. All the General Secretaries here present, you are highly appreciated. If you are part of the delegation and representation of NAPE, can you be upstanding, please? NAPE, can you be upstanding? Solidarity. Please, President, we are waiting for you here, President Galadima. Thank you. If you are representing Atsan here, please, can you be upstanding? Solidarity. Thank you very much. The representatives of NOATE, please, can you be upstanding? Solidarity. Forever. Representatives of ANAP, can you be upstanding, please? Solidarity. Forever. May I also invite to join the row, front row, because if you don't balance this equation, Chairman of JATOF, I don't want to be in trouble. You know, there must be Beijing conference. May I invite to sit at the front row also with the president, the women leader of JATOF, Her Excellency, Comrade Sefia Araga. Eh? He said women are known for controversy. Oh, that's what I heard. Okay. You're welcome. All our support group members, the LAC has been very supportive. Am I correct, Chairman? The LAC has been very supportive. President, do you support what I said? If you're a member of the LAC, please, can you be upstanding for recognition? You deserve to be recognized. All the LAC members here, please. I say upstanding for recognition. I didn't say wave offering. It is in the church they do wave offering. Wale, you wave in the church. Here you do upstanding. Wale, stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. You're highly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Koiku, thank you. Everybody who is there, thank you very much. Thank you. Let me, at this point, let me also recognize the arrival of one of our faculties in the person of Mr. Gossin Obuji. Gossin Obuji is a Deputy Director of Federal Ministry of Labor and Productivity. You are welcome, sir. Our labors will not be in vain. That's why you're in the Ministry of Labor and Productivity. Well, it is important for me to do this. Having introduced most of the high tables, I will now introduce, because I'm going to be having a co-coordinator. Today we are not doing MC, we are coordinating. Can you clap for me, please? The man standing here is the Managing Director, Chief Executive, ChukwuAirlines.com. And ChukwuAirlines.com is an airline that is well known in Nigeria. It flies everywhere in Nigeria, but not regulated by the NCAA. Not regulated. It doesn't require an AOC to fly. It's on its own. And the whole staff strength is encapsulated in one man. The Director of Finance is here. Managing Director here. Director of Human Resources here. Director of Operations is here. So it's encapsulated in one. But to be coordinating this program today is a very senior personality to show the level of responsibility here. It's a very serious program we have come here. And we are using one of our foremost unionists, a past president of the unions, the past president of ASAN, and a very high-level industry player to be co-moderating, anchoring, and coordinating this program. Permit me with a round of applause to welcome our own very senior comrade, Solomon Eki Ohioma, to the microphone. IPP, they call him IPP, Ifan Terrible, Naked Wire, Atakata one. For those who understand what Atakata Onya Atakata you're welcome, sir. Highly recognized. Permit me. At this point, we are good to go. One of the challenges I've been having, because it happened at Owerri when I went to Akwa program, there was a time I said, let us now go for the national anthem. And God punished the man I gave the microphone. He went to the former national anthem, and he had problems with it. So our own IPP, IIP, Rekebo Libra Kasandalaba. Are you kidding me? Her Excellency, you're welcome. If I knew you were coming, I would have stopped, held on till you come. There must be a seat here. Yeah. Eh? No, the chairman cannot leave. Chairman, you are hosting. Permit me at this point to invite to the high table the Director General, Civil Aviation, DGCA, in the person of Captain Chris Najamo, Jolly Papa, ably represented by another capable person who is also qualified to represent herself and even be represented in the person of High Chief, Her Excellency, Barrister Anastasia Bem. Please, do change normally. I told you what to be doing. A lot of applause for her. She's still holding her phone. Collect the phone, collect the phone. With the DGCA present and the MD of Farm present, the Honorable Minister of Aviation present, what are we waiting for again? We are qualified to rule. So it is my pleasure, like I was telling you, to hand over this microphone to Comrade Solomon Ekio. If you go to the old national anthem, now you know, there are some police people, I saw them, they will just whisk you. Thank you very much as we go for our opening prayer.
Thank you, Comrade Chukwu. Thank you, colleagues. Management ably represented by senior members of the industry. First, let's thank God for life, because if not for him, we will not be sitting or standing here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start, though we're starting late, just after the DG's representatives came in. We have one notable stakeholder in the industry, the president of ART, Aviation Roundtable, Demola Onituju is around. Please, wherever you are, let's welcome him and usher him to the high table. Please. For return, everywhere is high now. Everywhere is high, highly charged. A round of applause for Demola Onituju, President ART. Please, let's clap for him. He deserves it. We have some of our comrades who are coming in. Please, you are highly welcome, comrades. Although you came late, but we still appreciate your presence. Colleagues, representative of the minister, members of the high table, permit us to start earnestly, because we don't want to start basketing this African time. Somebody came in and said if it's Japan, 10 is 10. But in our own case, 10 has turned to 11. Let it not turn to 12. Let's start immediately. Permit me, sir, to call for the national anthem. And because it's our national anthem, let's respect our nation and upstanding while we sing the national anthem in the union way. This is our own fatherland. 1, 2, go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own, the native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol, thy truth and justice reign, in peace or battle or none, and this we can't ask gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. For the union makes us strong. Victory is victory for us. Victory is victory for us. In the struggle for our members, there is victory for us. Forward, forward, ever backward, never. In the struggle for our member, there is victory. Solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. Aweto, Amanda, Aweto, Amanda, solidarity. Let's give a round of applause for our president. Mr. President, I'm very happy that you set the tone for the organizing of this event. I was very happy that at the end, what we used to say in the party cliche, you didn't say it. It tells me that we are moving forward, because if it were in those days, people would start saying, he is so where to? People would start shouting, he Africa. No, that is not it. In every situation I find myself, I try to tell my colleagues that, no, he Soweto had gone pre-1994. That was when South Africa were looking for freedom. After that, they came to the slogan my president said, solidarity forever. Amanda, Aweto. Aweto. Mr. President, let's give him a round of applause. So wherever the president is, if you say he's Soweto, he will cancel you from the union because you are not learning. So, sir, be patient with us. And from the song, the solidarity song, if we internalize it, we understand why this combination started. Mr. Chairman, representing the minister, if we go back to that song, you will understand why the activism in the workers is there. Because after the revolution, industrial revolution, the capitalists started, and immediately the combination and the struggle started, because capital and labor must meet and agree before there is an egalitarian society. Today, we have brought to fore that with the inspiration through the workers' blood shall run the tree of freedom. And those people who understood this thing in the past will always tell you, may the blood of water Sisilu water the tree of freedom in South Africa. It shows that the workers sweat the labor, that at the end of the day, there will be freedom, there will be peace that is sustainable. Today, we are here to look at all these strategic issues in this leadership forum, so that we will all go back home to understand the chairman, the vice chairman, and the gentlemen and ladies that are here are not just playing rascality, but they are contributing in such a way that this country will have a sustainable peace if we listen to ourselves and agree to move this nation forward. Once again, let us clap for the leadership of Jatov for finding it necessary to bring us here with this cream of leadership and representative of the minister and management aviation industry for us to extract the synergy for safety and productivity, management, labor, collaboration this day, the 21st day of November 2024. By the grace of God, we believe that at the end of the day, we go home better in collaboration and in understanding to move this aviation forward. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Quickly, permit me, Mr. Chairman, to recognize the representative of the rector of Nigerian Civil Aviation, College of Aviation Technology, that is NCAT. Wherever you are, please, a round of applause. Ma'am, you're welcome, ma'am. Having said that, quickly, we are actually behind time. We want to run fast. We are now looking at the welcome address of the chairman. Let him tell us why he has gathered us here, if he is allowing us to stay or he wants us to go. Because if you come to somebody's event or home, if he doesn't welcome you, please, you have to move. But I know that Jatov is not like that. But however, let's not take them for granted. We want to invite them, Mr. Chairman. Permit me to invite the chairman for his welcome address. Chairman Jatov, sir. A round of applause.
Most grateful, my very senior comrade, former president of the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association in Nigeria, Radisson. The Honorable Minister of Aviation, our own chief and Barrister Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, ably represented here, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Aviation, our own very senior brother is coming from outside of our territory. Brother Safianu. Brother Safianu, incidentally, the immediate past president of National Union of Air Transport Employee, Nigeria. And he is currently the General Secretary, International Workers, Transport Workers Federation, ITF, headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. ITF oversees the activities of all the trade unions in Africa. Brother Safianu, we're very happy to have you here. Representative of the Director General NCA, Dr. Mrs. Bem, representative of the MD NAMA, representative of MD FAN, representative of Rector NCAT. I don't know if there's any other person here. My distinguished presidents, I am here as chairman of the forum, not because of anything. We are all equal. It's like in law, in Latin, it says primus inter pares. We're first among equal, not by reason of anything, but because our forebearers, Safianu is one of them, taught that we should have a transition formula in the industry. So the most senior president at any point in time will be handed over, will succeed the outgoing president. So I succeeded Brother Safianu here. The reason why I'm here addressing you. So my distinguished fellow comrades and presidents, I welcome you, the women leader, my fellow brothers and sisters, comrades, the president of Aviation Round Table, present here with us, discussants. I like gentlemen and ladies of the press. I dare not forget you. You're very dear to us. I welcome you to yet another edition of the JATOF annual conference. This conference we inherited from our forebearers. JATOF itself, there's a brief on JATOF in this program, but it's important I state here that The idea of JATOF was nurtured and perfected between the unions in aviation and the Ministry of Aviation. The idea was to create some synergy in the workings of the unions and relations with the Ministry of Aviation and other relevant stakeholders. So the forum was institutionalized. They handed the baton over to us, and we thought that it is necessary that we hold this conference annually so that we can review our activities, we can speak to ourselves about some of the emerging trends and developments in the international level circle, and advise ourselves accordingly on the need to work together to better the fortunes of the workers, to better the fortunes of the industry. So, the theme of today's conference, Synergy for Safety and Productivity Management, Labor Collaboration. I say to all of you, solidarity. Solidarity. I say solidarity against the backdrop of daunting challenges we face in the industry today. Recently, we were in Marrakesh, Morocco, for the ITF Global Conference. And there were a lot of takeaways. Prominent is the serial abuse by industry, employers, of the rights of trade unions and workers to unionize and belong to unions of their own choice. I had a small interview before I came in here, and one of the journalists was asking me, why is it that we are always out there disrupting, picketing, and all this stuff? I think we have a very big role to play in creating and fostering that enabling environment for businesses to thrive in aviation. We are very, very important stakeholders as unions. But we have lived year in and out with this situation where there are some airlines in this industry that, as I speak to you, they are still frustrating the rights of their workers to join unions. Now, most important thing is this. You can claim that, oh, I pay my workers well, I don't need the unions, but that's not the point. The law of the land allows for these workers to join the union. The unions in aviation industry are registered. They are chartered by the Registrar of Trade Union to organize. Why was it so? So that we can contribute to creating that enabling environment, to create that mix that is needed to grow our industry. Sadly, some of these airlines have come and gone. Some have celebrated 10, 15 years anniversaries. They terminate their workers and they pay them nothing. No negotiated CBA because there's no union. So they do whatever they like. Now, one of the things we've put before the current minister is the need for us to enforce the rights of labor to organize and the rights of workers to belong to the unions of their own choosing. Now, the minister gave us assurance and that something will be done. If you recall, if you have been following trends in the industry, we have stepped down. The reason is that we want to open up to engagement. We are inviting all stakeholders to partner with us. But you see, there comes a time when you push somebody to the wall and he would have to react. We are not doing this for any selfish reasons. It is a right that is constitutional, inalienable. You can't take it away. So why don't we, and I keep telling people that this is not, you are not paying the union dues on behalf of the worker. He volunteers. It is his money. He says, take. And I've had instances, sadly, where even some of our workers who enjoy massive benefits from the unions, we negotiate all kinds of things on behalf of our workers. They opt out. I don't want to belong any longer. So it is democracy. You can elect to join and opt out at any point in time. But there were instances, I say, let me give you an example. Somebody who was facing disciplinary committee, and the rule says the representative of the union should sit as observer in the committee. So what happens? We were contacted and we couldn't avail ourselves. We said, the person is not our member. But yet, in another climb, we had to sit in to ensure that due process is followed. And we have intervened in several instances where workers would have been punished for no just cause. I'll give you a classic example. With monetization, drivers are not supposed to drive certain category of employers beyond 4 p.m., closing hours. So there was this guy, a director came from a journey with lots of stuff, and the driver was to pick the director. He came in. Okay, sorry, just over. So the driver came to pick the director, and there was a traffic situation because he stopped. He was packing the stuff into the vehicle. There was another director who saw what was happening, came to the office and said, issue that guy a query. And he was issued a query. He responded, he did his best to reply. The director he went to pick said his response was unsatisfactory, and he was referred to disciplinary committee. So I went there and I said, they had started, I think had 1-2 meetings before I joined. So I went there, I said, I read the case and I asked the chairperson, I said, what are we doing here? This incident took place at 6 p.m. in the evening. Was he supposed to drive at 6 p.m.? The answer is no. So I told them that we made the rules, you made the rules, you cannot break the rules to favor your own constituency. So that was how we ended the matter, and the case was withdrawn. So what I'm saying essentially is that we have responsibility for our members. It is their constitutional right to belong to unions. We pledge and we are ready to cooperate with all industry stakeholders so that we can create that enabling environment for businesses to strive and for our industry to grow. Thank you so much, and I wish us a very successful conference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry I was multitasking, and because of it, I saw some highly respected stakeholders coming in. Please, as he walks in, let's appreciate Dr. Daniel Young, MDC Total Consulting, who is one of those people that will pilot these, participating in this conference today. A round of applause for him. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that rundown of, and you're welcoming us, which of course gives us the confidence that we are fully welcome, we can participate, we can interact, network. At the end of the day, there will be a lot of takeaways. Please, a round of applause for Mr. President. You know, a lot of us have been looking everywhere. Some people have been saying, brother, brother, brother. Something came in me. In those days, we do say comrade this, comrade that, comrade that. And the president has set a tone. The collaboration we are talking about here is what we have to start up. I think you don't fight with your brother. Once somebody is your brother or your sister, you don't fight. So today, we are going to talk about management-labor collaboration for synergy, for our safety. So we will start practicalizing that. My colleague did say somebody was very, very handsome when he was the president of NOATI. But now that he is in ITF, he is more handsome. And I want to say, when somebody is handsome and more handsome, he is competing with the ladies. So, Mr. Chairman, my comrade president, you are beautiful. Is that not correct? He is beautiful. Because the Bible did say, how beautiful is it for brothers to dwell in unity. There's nothing like handsome. He's beautiful. So, comrade, you are beautiful. All those things were they talk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having solidarity messages from aviation unions, leadership of the aviation. The Honorable Minister will speak and declare this gathering open. Yes, we will be welcome, but if the gathering is not open, there are a lot of lawyers here. You will see long languages. For me, my job is to hold the microphone. Once I drop the microphone, I will not use the lift. I will go down. I will just climb the stairs. Whatever happened to you people, it's no longer my turn. So we are going to wait for the minister to declare this thing open before we start. Let me appeal quickly, because of time, that those to give us solidarity messages, please, let's keep it short and simple. In aviation, we use what we call kiss. Keep it short and simple. Kiss the microphone, then you can start. I can see my skipper is smiling, and that is the language. Let's abide with it. We're even considering 2 minutes. But if you can use 1 minute, 30 seconds, I think the secretary have told me you will have an additional cup of tea during the tea break. Am I correct, sir? So you want it. Solidarity messages from aviation unions. Sorry, sir. Somebody came in, also a member of the Aviation Roundtable, a very high personality, my co-travelers in this industry. Olumido Huaya is in the house. Can we give me a round of applause? Secretaries of the unions, is Abiori in the house? Comrade Abiori, clap for him, sir. Comrade Abba Chairman, wherever he is, let's appreciate them. Clap for them. Comrade Abdurazak Seidu, a veteran, a sage in aviation union. Let's clap for him. Barrister Francis Akejole, let's appreciate them. These are our secretaries. They have allowed the chairman to be here. They are holding forth behind. So please be very careful. Whatever you do, they are taking note of it. So we appreciate all of you that are here. Aviation unions, anybody from NOATI, solidarity message, please come forward. 1.5 minutes, sir.
Yes, for the want of time, let's stand on the existing protocol.
The people united. The people united. Solidarity.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you, my chairman, for everything you said. But the only thing I want to say is somebody used his constitutional right to be in his own organization called AON, right? And then he's refusing other people to use their constitutional rights. I think it's an aberration. Nobody stopped you from using your freedom to associate in your own organization. Then the workers, you are stopping them to use their freedom to associate. It's an aberration. Solidarity, we will deal with it just because we are very civil in the industry. That's why we are taking it easy, because we know what to do. And we know what to do, and it will bring results. But our people have been asking us, let's take it easy. The new way say dialogue, dialogue. But there must be a day the dialogue will end, and we do what we know best how to do. And we have never done that, and we didn't get results. So people should not take our civility for granted, because the union in aviation have the capacity to fight for all the challenges in aviation and get results. Solidarity. Let me keep it. Kiss.
Thank you, my president. In whatever we do, let us not forget the words of our national anthem. In brotherhood, we stand. And that is where we say, where we are going to build a nation where no man is oppressed. So he has given his speech. We are not going to oppress anybody, but the big one is that whatever we do, looking at that team, and looking, because the person who is leading us internationally, we regard him as a brother. So let's begin to say, in brotherhood, we stand. So in that brotherhood, everything must be done that there will be no war, there will be no fight. We will build this synergy for safety and for greater productivity. However, those who have ears, let them hear. The next person saw somebody from Adsam. Please, while we're talking, we also recognize the Secretary of OPTA, Comrade Sikuru Wahid. Please, let's clap for him. My comrade, my neighbor in Abuja, I don't know how you came here. So, ladies and gentlemen, even at that, let me just give him the microphone for 1 minute solidarity message. Let's clap for Comrade Sikiru, a veteran in NLC. Please, look at your television.
Isoleto. Solidarity forever. Yes, I still maintain Isoleto. The Honorable Minister, ably represented, and all the other people that are here, I stand on the existing protocol. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be in this very great meeting, and then to actually express our appreciation to all that have come and traveled from far and near to be in this program. It is our prayer that God will grant each and every one of us journey messages back to our various destinations. We also want to commend the leadership of the forum for this very great opportunity to bring us together once again, to deliberate on issues that affect air transportation in Nigeria and issues relating to safety as we travel and journey across the world and Nigeria in particular. It's a great forum that brings us together to deliberate on these issues. And I'm very happy to have a very veteran who is Comrade, I was calling Comrade Obuchi, who is going to take us on issues relating to management and labor relationship. I think it's a very experienced person that we're going to gain a lot from him and from what he's going to present. On this note, I want to thank you and appreciate you for this opportunity. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Please, the next is Anna. Solidarity message from Anna. Thank you. A round of applause for the president. A newborn president.
Solidarity forever. Standing on the existing protocol. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister is here and the other leaders and other parastatals. Why I say so? When they look at the union leaders, they look at them as a weaker soul. It's not like that. They are looking for a way of adding value to the system which you are operating and to the entire aviation. Whatever you are doing that is not transparent, that is not open to the workers, we are ready to fight. We will fight with our blood, because nobody here is praying to labor in vain. As a market woman, you are praying to make a profit. As a farmer, you need to go and come back with the good ones. We are here today. When the president of JATOF said the AON, the people, they refuse their workers to join the union of their choice. It's not by force, it's a law. We are free to join any union you like. And as a management of that organization, why are you denying them when you don't have interior motive? But if you have interior motive, you'll be scared, you'll be afraid that these people should not attack you. We are going to attack you if you have nothing good that will come out of you. I rest my case. Solidarity.
Solidarity. Solidarity. Attack. Actions and reaction. Permit me, Mr. Chairman, ably represented, to invite to the microphone Comrade Engineer Abednego, President of NAPI.
Solidarity. Solidarity. Please, Mr. Chairman, let me leverage on the existing protocol. Dear comrades, I really want to thank JATOF for this token of our efforts to ensure that there's synergy, there's collaboration in the aviation industry. The modern way of union leverages on this creative cooperation. The whole idea of being a worker is to earn a living. And then I want to say clearly, as always, union is not meant to pull down businesses. Union are to help build businesses. And that's what we have always done and continue to do. But it has to be on mutual respect. And therefore, this opportunity given us to showcase our intention and our desire to partner and to synergize with the employer is a golden one. And I believe all of us will make best use of this opportunity. Once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That is the words of an engineer. They don't talk too much. They work with tools. And if you hear Abednego, he represents his name, as it were in the Bible, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. You know how it happened. Please be aware. The next person we're looking at is President Radisson. You have spoken. Okay, that is a round of applause. You see, if I don't walk in line with my name, I would disappoint the harbingers of that name.
And this day, we're always talking about affirmation. When politicians are campaigning, they've designed a new way of capturing vote. When they don't use youth, they will use women, so that a lot of things can come into them. Even in the churches these days, you don't even see men. So when you see a lot of women in the church, you see men attending that church, especially the Pentecostal, if you like, calls me. Today, if not for anything, I will have after this meeting, I will just call my brother here. Let's talk to our people. This is not how we left it. But I'm happy by the end of it, they are gender compliant. So please, let me give you the microphone so that the women will understand that they are also represented. You heard somebody, he said, women, no controversy. Am I correct? Women are great, no controversy. And that is, if you are not recognized today, there will be controversy. Okay. Let me hand over the microphone to the women leader, Comrade Safia Araga. A round of applause for your solidarity message.
Thank you. Permit me to remain standing on the established protocols. Solidarity! Women are great! This is a forum for the unions, and so please, at the high table, you wouldn't mind our noise. First and foremost, let me appreciate the leadership of JATOF, the presidents of the JATOF. There was cry for gender balance, and they hearkened to the cries and they supported. That is why I'm here representing the women. Thank you all, sirs. For the women, there is an ongoing concern also that I'll bring to the table. I'm not going to take your time. There's an ongoing concern on violence against girl, child, against women. And oftentimes, everywhere we are able to speak, we speak for support for women. We speak for taking women along in our various, in any opportunity we have. A support for a girl child is a support for your daughter, is a support for your auntie, is a support for your mother. So, we crave that there are various violence going around in the world now. And we must bring it to our doorstep to crave the men to avoid some of these things. We also crave that women are not threatening to your jobs, particularly in the unions. Give women a chance. Continue to support us. We are mothers. We don't mean harm. We are there to encourage. We are there to enhance your job, to give you leverage. And you all know, no woman, no nation, no miliki. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The women, they mean no harm. That is what they say. But in actual sense, they are harmful. Yes. Yes. No woman will see you if your pocket is not good. And if your pocket is good, you have to be very, very careful. Because that's what I'm saying. You can see what I'm saying. That is why some of us want to follow our biblical father. Because we see in the Bible, Solomon, they say he married, has over how many? Concubines and what? Wives. They are over 1,000. Am I correct? So in a year, you have 365 days. So if I have 1,000 and you think you can turn me to your ATM, if I see you today, it will next 4 years before you get to your turn. So it's only 365 I can take in a year. Am I correct? So let's not follow Solomon, be careful. My governor, my mentor, we always say, and that's why I'm happy with their last statement. No women, no miliki, aka Adam Soshomole. He will tell you no women, no miliki. And if you want to miliki, bring the women close. So my chairman, Jatov, I see that you people are ready for miliki. That will be later. I think next one to cap this is JCNC. Is there any? Okay. Yes. We have a captain. I don't know whether we'll call them a union, but stakeholder. Also, solidarity message from one of our foremost stakeholder, Aviation Roundtable, and ably represented by the President, Captain Ademola Onituju. A round of applause for him.
Small correction. I retired as an Air Commodore from the Nigerian Air Force. Minister of Aviation is represented. Distinguished members, let me stand on the already established protocol. As you rightly observed, the Aviation Roundtable is not a trade union. And we are, like you said, important stakeholder in the aviation sector, made up of veterans who have spent the better part of their lives in various segments of the aviation value chain. So the concern and the interest is about sustaining standards. It's about ensuring that the proper thing is being done in accordance with global best practices as could be adapted to our immediate environment. The ART is happy and glad to be associated with you because the industry is a collaborative one. And you, the labor, the trade unions, you are the greatest asset, just like it is in every society. The human resource is the greatest asset. For all the various efforts, and we are happy to see the Ministry of Aviation collaborating with you to have a session such as this, because an harmonious environment is desired to get the benefits. So for us, at the Aviation Roundtable, we've always advocated huge human capital development. The various efforts the current minister is embarking on will come to naught or will not be sustainable without the requisite skilled personnel that aviation requires. So for us, when I look at the theme of this meeting, I could see you are working towards a boost, a promotion of such collaborative environment that is required. Furthermore, when we talk about unions, vibrant labor unions, all we want is for you to demand what is right. As much as possible, we do not like you putting your members in harm's way in the cause of protest. I was happy when the president spoke earlier that we have devised better ways of managing labor relations. And I believe at the end of a session of this nature, we'll go off with something useful, something tangible. But be assured, the Aviation Roundtable is with you all the way. Join us. We are still open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. that you made that correction. Thank God that you were not still, you are not with your handcuff. I think, I don't know, you can see me going through here. I thought that there was an exit there. I would jump out. But as a pilot, we say captain. And one of the major things I didn't say, respected, MNI. I hope to be there. So anytime I'm calling you, sir, I will put that word, MNI. You are pardoned your sin. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for President of AROT, Demola Onitoju, MNI. That is the greatest institute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually winding down this solidarity message. However, we need to go back to our umbrella body. The Secretary of ITF Africa, our own beautiful brother, Sefiana. It's a time for you to speak to us. Other will speak for 1 hour 30, but you will take 2 minutes. Let's clap for him.
Okay, I think I will beg to speak a bit more than the minutes that you've given me, probably 3, with the permission of the chairman. Before I come deeply into what I need to tell you about ITF and how we can support you in trying to see how best we can advance the cause of transport workers, particularly in Nigeria, based on my responsibility as the African Regional Secretary of ITF. ITF, I think for the benefit of those that are knowing ITF for the first time, ITF stands for the promotion of and advancement of transport workers' rights, justice, and equality. We are currently representing close to 20 million transport workers globally that cut across civil aviation, road, rail, maritime, and of course, tourism. Our head office is in London, while my regional office is in Nairobi, Kenya, and of course I have another one in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, that is responsible for the African Francophone speaking transport workers. I know that some of you were at the last ITF Africa regional conference in Abidjan, where we had a very fruitful engagement that led us to the activities that we unfold in Marrakesh. Marrakesh was a place where we sat down for about close to 10 days, deliberating on how we can advance the cause of transport workers globally. And of course, for those of you that were there, witness what really happened in terms of the progresses that we have recorded in ITF in Africa, and of course globally, where for the first time in ITF, we had about 8 people that were elected as members of the ITF Executive Board, particularly in Africa. And of course, I'm very glad to let you know that this is the first time that we have a split of 50-50, where we had 50 men, sorry, we had 4 men and 4 women, in order to make sure that we, progress this issue that has to do with gender balance.
Thank you, sir.
And again, intrinsically, I will, even though I'm not really ready to give you the details, but for those of you that were not really at the end of the activities, and I can attest that particularly the 3 presidents that were there, I think Litrus was left behind, Ben Nabu, and of course the president of ANAP, where we tried to see how we were able to, link the Minister of Aviation and of course the General Secretary of ITF, where they discussed extensively on how ITF will come and see how best we can support you moving forward, particularly with respect to this team that you have actually, which I have not seen on the board, that has to do with collaboration between workers and, of course, employers moving forward in terms of transport development in Nigeria. And again, I think, even though I say, because I'm not really ready to give you the details, but I think we are trying to see how best we can replicate what happened somewhere in some other countries, particularly of recent. Last July, myself and my team were, of course, with the ITF General Secretary in Nairobi, where we had some meetings with Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Marine Development, and Ministry of Transport. I think we are trying to see how best we can replicate that in Africa. I think I have kind of a sign of a green light from both leaders. I'm talking about the Ministry of Aviation and, of course, the General Secretary of ITF, of trying to see how we can, of course, design some ways of trying to, develop a kind of a symposium where we can have almost all these necessary stakeholders in Nigeria, particularly in civil aviation, maritime, and road and rail, for us to come together and see how best we can work together towards, having some ways of trying to, leverage in order to address this kind of challenges that has to do with, labor management fracas. It is our hope that probably with the way things are moving, I think we are ready in ITF to make sure that we support you in the best way, not just because I'm a Nigerian, but because it is my own responsibility to make sure that all Africans within the transport enclave, we give you that necessary support. And of course, one thing again that I really want to share here with you is that just of recent, particularly as one of the outcomes of the Congress in Marrakesh, Nigeria has actually joined the league of some very important countries in Africa, in the world, and what we design as we literally call them countries with a special consideration, just like India, for example, like Japan, India, Japan. Nigeria is actually one of them now, where Nigeria has two special seats in the executive board currently, as I've told you earlier, even though I've not given you the details. Adeyanju, who is the president of the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, is currently the chairman of ITF Africa, and of course, vice president of ITF globally. He's here with us in Nigeria here. And of course, we have Najim from Road Transport, who is also representing us, representing you as members of the executive board. But finally, I think I will have time so that we'll discuss some of all those details. But I think let me also appreciate the leadership of Jatov for this wonderful thing that is actually going now. For the fact that I think I was the second president of Jatov after my friend Benjamin Okwewu. When this thing started, I was actually consulted by my former general secretary, who is late Motajo, when he had a kind of initial consultation with our friend Hector towards establishing this very important forum. I think I'm very glad that this thing is actually taking this kind of shape for us to make sure that we have an annual event to see how best we can work together, trying to address some of all these labor issues. It is not really our intention to see transport workers, to see ITF affiliate having fracas with their management. And of course, little you can attest that even when we were in Marrakesh, there were some concerns that were raised, particularly from the Pakistani delegates and of course those from the Caribbean, about what is actually happening in Nigeria. I'm not really ready to give you the details, but I think we should have time to see how best we can sit down effectively to provide some solutions into some of all those challenges. Again, permit me to say this. I'm not really quite impressed with the countenance of those people. I mean the delegates here, because when somebody is recognized, I think we should give him a respected and resounding round of applause at any time. but I could just see only a few people clapping. When the MC say clap for this, only a few people clapping. This is not how we started, and I don't think this is not the way it should be. Let's see how best, except if I'm having an impression that this is not a trade union, gathering. But a trade union gathering is a movement that even the world will feel that yes, people are here. Yes, this is our motive. This is our strength. So please, let's see how best we can, energize ourselves, because we don't want to give them the wrong impression. Management are here. If they see this, they will know that you are weak. But we are not weak, please. Let us show them that we are strong. Please. Solidarity. Solidarity, please. Solidarity, please. Thank you very much.
Those parting words are very, very germane, central to trade union organization. Brother Sefiano, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. But if you saw me going up and down, I know one of the secrets why they are not clapping like that. Because there's something hanging, which of course, now that they are clapping, you will listen to. This minimum wage consolidation, we don't know where aviation stands. Because government is doing circular. No circular for MDAs. But I know, since you are here, before you go, and the minister is here, our clap will be greater than what you expected. Solidarity! Thank you very much. Now that the ITF ZAR have started from the high table, permit me to quickly hand the microphone to representative of the MD, Chief Executive, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, represented by the Director of Commercial, am I correct, or Cargo? Commercial. A round of applause for our Director.
Yes, let me go. Good morning, everyone. Standing on all existing protocols. I have a goodwill message from the MD, CEO FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Kuku. She apologizes for not being here at this time, but she hopes to join us as the event commences. It is with great pleasure that I join you today at this significant gathering of aviation stakeholders. The second edition of the Aviation Union's Leadership Conference provides a vital platform for open dialogue and collective engagement. The theme, Synergy for Safety and Productivity, Management, Labor, Collaboration. This resonates deeply with the foundational principles upon which this industry thrives. Aviation is inherently a collaborative enterprise. Achieving safety and productivity, the twin pillars of our operations, demands the concerted efforts of management and labor together. As the heartbeat of our industry, aviation unions play an indispensable role in fostering an environment of trust, professionalism, and innovation. Since the inception of my administration, I have been committed to nurturing a positive and inclusive relationship with our unions. Through regular dialogue, mutual respect, and shared vision, we have achieved significant milestones that underscore the power of collaboration. These engagements have been instrumental in resolving challenges, advancing employee welfare, and enhancing service delivery across all our airports. I want to assure you that the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN,
remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting initiatives that promotes the well-being of the workforce and strengthens industry operations. We will continue to work hand in hand with aviation unions to build a culture of excellence, efficiency, and safety. As we deliberate on the theme today, let us embrace the spirit of synergy and innovation. Together, we can address the challenges facing the aviation sector and position it as a benchmark of resilience, productivity, and sustainability. I commend the leadership of the unions for organizing this conference and for their unwavering dedication to the progress of our sector. FAN is proud to be your partner in this journey, and I reaffirm my administration's commitment to fostering a harmonious and productive relationship for the benefit of all stakeholders. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. In short, by the time I started hearing that voice, I knew that there's a difference. We are in for a difference. And coming from FAN, you can see the FAN that has double A. There is a turbocharge. So we understand why we have no choice than to partner with FAN, because once the first A is weak, the second A will never be weak. We will find what to do to energize it. Once again, hand of applause for FAN. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, let's call the representative of NCAT to give us a solidarity message from the Institute. Let's give NCAT a round of applause. If you cannot clap, when they see you in their class, you will see, they will teach you how to clap. Clap for NCAT, Mahamadu.
Thank you, sir. As instructors, we don't threaten. Okay, our aim is to teach. All right, let me not go into that. The chairman of the occasion, but permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am representing the Director, Chief Executive, and he asked me to give his apology for not being able to attend. But he also asked me to wish you all a successful deliberation, and to also see that NCAT is here. We are here to always meet the needs of the aviation industry for training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We heard you loud and clear. NCAT don't threaten, but they teach. But once they want to start teaching you what you have taken for granted, that is humiliation. No? Because you go to school and start somebody tell you, just laugh, teaching you how to laugh. You can see what it means. You get to NCAT, they will start teaching you how to clap. They are not sanctioning you, so sorry, we will clap so that we don't go there. Gentlemen, colleagues, gradually getting there. There are some agencies that are not here. Management representatives are not here. Yes, we are understanding that there are a lot of official duties, but let it not sound that this is how they neglect issues that borders on labor. We want to believe that they will take a cue and ask FAN, NCAT, and others who are here that it is good for us to partner. It's not everything that has to do with labor that is caring, but on this occasion, we are looking for synergy for management-labor collaboration. We do hope that when next we extend invitation to them, they will be the first agencies to either be here or send their representation. Whether they are here or not, please let us clap for them. Gradually, we now go hand over the microphone to the regulator of the agency. Whatever we do, if you think you know how to do it best, they will bring the book and look at it and tell you, yes, you know how to do it, but this one, this is how it is written. You must comply. Let us, in compliance to what is known as far as labor management is concerned, Chairman, permit me to invite and hand over the microphone to the representative of the DG, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, our own. When I say our own, well, no, I don't want to personalize that, I will say my own, but she belongs to all of us. Barrister Anastasia Bem, Director, HR and Admin, NCAA. Let's start clapping. Let's start clapping.
Thank you, Solomon. The solidarity. Forever. Solidarity. Forever. Like you said, I'm one of your own. The Honorable Minister of Aviation, ably represented by my dear brother, the directors of agencies here present, distinguished labor leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on other existing protocols. I'm here to represent the DGCA of NCA, Captain Chris Najomo, who due to other pressing engagement is not here to be here in person, but is here with you in action. He's asked me to convey his goodwill message to you. I would like to first of all commend the leadership of JATO for consistently putting this forum together for the past 14 years. I think you deserve a round of applause. A forum of collaboration with all union leaders and management. You can see the reps of the agencies that are here to be able to strategize on so many issues affecting the industry. The theme of this gathering is well crafted and also very much appreciated, especially as the concept of building labor management collaboration is very essential for the industry. It's one pillar which ICAO strongly recommends and commends to state to practice. So we commend your effort in doing this. For the NCAA, it's been the policy of Captain Chris Najomo since he came on board to prioritize labor management relationship and collaboration. So on his own initiative, he was able to approve a forum of union, quarterly forum for the labor and management, where we come together to brainstorm on issues affecting the whole of the workforce in the industry. And this collaboration has been very productive and has shaped so many policies that have been taken within the short time of his administration. As I speak, the management constituted a committee to review a long-standing condition of service, and the work of that committee is almost coming to conclusion. The management equally constituted another committee on the scheme of service that is almost also being concluded, and the management also constituted another committee on long service award and recognition. You will agree that this is one area that is so important to be able to recognize merit and encourage hard work and productivity in the industry.
These are some of the steps which the management has taken to continue to build a very strong labor management relationship in the NCA in the couple of years that the management has been there. These milestones could not have been possible without your support. We commend all our union leaders back in NCA, and of course the national as well, who have thrown their weight behind the agency's chairpersons of the union to make all these collaboration efforts very fruitful. Collaboration is the way to go. Even when you war, at the end of the day, you have to come down, sit down, and dialogue for you people to resolve whatever issues that may be affecting the situation. So it's on this note that we would like to encourage that this good forum should continue, and we give our whole support to it and all the unions' activities and matters that will come to our table to deal with it. So I want to thank you very much and wish you a very fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. There's something that is funny here. We hear our women, our gender. No controversy. But I'm having controversy with the women clapping for a woman. That is why a woman will not rule, because you will not vote for the woman. Let us appreciate the DG of NCA, ably represented by a woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know those of us in Nama, we know how to clap very well. Because I tell you, my MD is there. Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar. I just wanted to, I thought the DG spied on my MD's deliveries, but I don't want to say that. If you are in Nama, please clap for your MD, because our MD is great. Though he's not here, he gave me the opportunity to come here, but they stole me and handed over the microphone to me. So I don't know with the cap I'm wearing. That is why I cannot speak nor spark. But I'm standing here as a true and proud Nama employee. Our MD is great. He's been doing a lot of things, and we believe he's going to do more for us. And if he's doing that and NCA is having a checklist of what they have done, it means that aviation is collaborating. Let's clap for us. See you. Ladies and gentlemen, in all of this we have said, we are hearing how we are collaborating, and we have to take it to the desk of those who are in charge of corporate governance of the parastatals in aviation industry. Ladies and gentlemen, just allow me, I'm not standing or sitting on the existing protocol because I don't want it to break before they come. Let me observe the existing protocol through the chairman to hand over the microphone to the permanent secretary, Federal Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, ably represented, to give his good message. This is permanent secretary. If you not like, we're gonna clap. No. A round of applause. Just be clapping. Just be clapping until I hand over the microphone. It's not easy to be permanent secretary. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Solidarity. Forever. Solidarity. Forever. I think I want to be a member of the union. You know, if one of the management becomes a member, collaboration will be seamless. So, on the lighter note, sincerely speaking, I was overwhelmed with your enthusiasm, your zeal, and commitment as a union. And this was clearly demonstrated with the way you join your voices to sing together enthusiastically your item. And if it were possible, I would say I will pick my phone today. So I want to stand on the existing protocol. Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The directors of the agencies representing the chief executives. It is my singular honor to also represent the permanent secretary, who is unavoidably absent. He sent his apologies because of some other pressing official engagement. He's unable to make it. However, he has directed that I deliver his goodwill message to you, which is what I will be doing right away. It is an honor and privilege to address this forum on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Airports Authority, Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, I beg your pardon, Dr. Emmanuel Meriboli. First, the Permanent Secretary will want to express his deep appreciation to all union leaders and members within the aviation sector for the ongoing support and cooperation. Your collaboration has been key in driving progress and stability in our operations, and we truly value the partnership. The theme of your conference has been highlighted over and over: synergy for safety and productivity management, labor collaboration, highlights the vital role of the partnership between management and labor in ensuring safe, secure, and efficient airports operations. Safety and productivity are not just goals, they are the foundation of our success, built on the professionalism and dedication of our workforce. This forum also reaffirms our management's commitment to an open and inclusive dialogue. Collaboration is essential to overcoming challenges, celebrating achievements, and driving innovation. Management and labor are not opposing forces, as some may perceive, but partners in progress. Through mutual respect and trust, we can enhance operation and uphold world-class safety standards. So as we move forward, our priorities remain clear: strengthening safety, boosting productivity, and building trust through open communication. While challenges may arise, the ministry is committed to addressing them in line with our shared vision. Together, we'll continue to navigate the complexities of the aviation industry and ensure that management remains a model of excellence. Thank you for your continued support. Together, we will reach even greater success. Happy deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the Permanent Secretary wishing us happy deliberation. The representative of the Permanent Secretary, you have no issues. There's no encumbrances for you to pick a form. You can join JATOF. The issue is which union. That is the confusion. So what would I solicit? Be member and join JATOF leadership, so that when they come to you, they will have a smooth sail. Ladies and gentlemen, let us clap for our new membership. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development. That is good. That has taken us to a place so that when somebody openly recognizes and associates with you in readiness for a greater labor relations, would therefore need to recognize such person. Recognition in this instance is reciprocal, and we need to really, really appreciate them in words, in kind, and in any other form. So I will crave the indulgence of Mr. Chairman of the Minister that there's a small situation based on the Permanent Secretary's last speech to recognize those who are coming to be part of us, and for them to understand that JATOF is a welcoming platform. On this note, let me call and hand over the microphone, the podium, to the Secretary of JATOF as we honor our own Permanent Secretary and the Honorable Minister of Aviation for their solidarity and their readiness to partner with us. Secretary JATOF, Comrade Hector Nnamdi. Let's clap for him.
Solidarity. Solidarity. We have already been warned before now. Okay, I don't want to take much of our time. The Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, ably represented, all the directors here, my Yoga, the ITF Regional Secretary Africa, Comrade Sefiano. I want to thank you people on behalf of the leadership of JATOF for giving us your presence in this place. I'm not a pastor, but I pray that may God bless you. Say amen now. Amen. All right, so it's time for us to recognize those who are worthy to be recognized. I think this is the first of its kind. I will not do this by myself. We have the chairman of JATOF and all the national presidents. So I'll call for the chairman of JATOF to come. We are geared towards respecting and giving regard to those who have also, in their own little way, have regard for workers. It is the Honorable Minister's magnanimity that we are gathered here today by his consideration for what we requested. It is also the Permanent Secretary that disposed himself very well to the welfare of the workers in this sector. And of course, we know that before the end of this year, our dear Permanent Secretary will be retiring. So it is an opportunity to use this as a platform to honor them. I will call on the chairman of JATOF, Barrister Ilichu Samodu, to, along with the other presidents, to give this honor with the ITF Regional Secretary Africa. So, Comrade Ilichu, please come forward. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Just like the Secretary of the Forum has said, JATOF itself is an initiative of the Ministry of Aviation for us to have an organized forum where we can manage our issues at the level of the unions and inter-agency and ministry relations. We are very, very, we are grateful to the successive ministers who have supported this cause, and indeed to the current minister and the Permanent Secretary. You would recall that there is currently some suspension or so of foreign travels and whatever. We made a case to the Honorable Minister, and the reason was it's been that we are from a highly technical industry. Most of our trainings are offshore, These are not one-off. You need to go for currency, recurrency, ratings, technologies. New technologies are coming in every time into the industry, and as regulators, service providers, you need to train to a certain level acceptable for you to render certain services in the industry. And the minister was gracious enough to take our case to Mr. President. We have approvals, and some of these trainings are going on. So we are most grateful. For that, we invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary for his own award. The PS has been a friend. We had our issues when he came, but because of the beauty of collaboration, we've been able to resolve it. So I will hand over the microphone to our brother Safianu to present.
So on behalf of JATOF, this is an appreciation for the Permanent Secretary for the kind of good work that he has been doing, and please extend our appreciation to him.
Thank you very much. I will deliver your message. It's a very, very good gesture. And incidentally, the Permanent Secretary will be bowing out of the service. So, and I believe he appreciates this kind gesture and appreciation that you have extended to him. Thank you so very much.
The next would invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Aviation for this award. Let me say, we have all the heads of the agencies have been very supportive. I think we decided to just pick the minister and the permanent secretary because we know the PS is exiting very soon. We are going to show our appreciation to the respective heads of the agencies who have truly been very supportive of our causes and activities. So, like I said, we deeply appreciate the support of the Honorable Minister. He has truly shown that he has love and passion for this industry, including workers' affairs. So this award is in recognition of his performance and leadership. We pray for greater collaboration and direction in that regard. So, Honorable Safian.
So, Honorable Minister. Okay, Honorable Minister, this is an appreciation for the Honorable Minister on behalf of JATOF, and of course let me also take this advantage and say on behalf of, extension on behalf of ITF again, yeah, because we really appreciate the kind of support that he has been giving the unions, and hoping that you will continue for us to make sure that the transport workers and the management actually move forward in terms of getting the kind of desired objective that we have set for ourselves moving forward. So thank you very much, of course, for this kind of assistance that you have been rendering to the union and of course to our members.
I received this on behalf of the Honorable Minister. It's heartening, and I think this would intensify the collaboration that exists and will continue to exist between JATOF and the ministry, and I believe this would further open up new vistas of opportunities, hope, progress for our nation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Just sorry, we understand that our tea is already getting cold, so we just hand over the microphone to the rep of the Honorable Minister to give his opening remarks and perhaps declare this program open. The Honorable Minister, please let's put our hands together. Clap if you want to clap.
Solidarity. Forever. It looks like the house is not as warm as it was when we started. Solidarity. Forever. Amanda. Away to. Amanda. You know, the Honorable Minister I'm representing is, he has a reputation to be a notable union leader in his days. We are looking at upward of about, by the time he was graduating, we are looking at about 30 years experience. And he's been a unionist, and once a unionist is a unionist. So if I represent him, I must carry that same blood. Solidarity. Forever. Solidarity. Forever. Amanda. Away to. Amanda. Thank you very much. The union is very powerful. There is no doubt. If you look at how the minister, the heads of agencies ensured they are represented, this is not an event they would want to miss. But unfortunately, for some extenuating circumstances, they are not here. But we are here and we are representing them. The minister has a message which I would be very excited to deliver on his behalf, and be very excited to also declare this wonderful conference open. So I will stand on the existing protocol and present the minister's goodwill message. It is with great honor that I address you today at the second edition of the Aviation Union's Leadership Conference. This gathering reflects the enduring commitment of aviation unions to foster dialogue, build consensus, and strengthen the aviation sector. The theme for this year's conference, Synergy for Safety and Productivity, Management-Labor Collaboration, is timely and underscores the essence of partnership in driving industry success. Safety and productivity are non-negotiable imperatives in aviation. Achieving these objectives requires a shared vision and concerted action by all stakeholders, especially the management and labor arms of the sector. As the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, I recognize and deeply value the critical role aviation unions play in maintaining workforce morale, advocating for best practices, and ensuring the seamless operation of our industry. This aligns closely with my administration's 5-point agenda, which prioritizes safety and security, infrastructure development, economic growth, human capital development, and partnerships and collaboration. These pillars are designed to address the core challenges facing the aviation industry, advance sustainable development, and create an enabling environment for all stakeholders to thrive. In this light, I am committed to strengthening our collaboration with aviation unions, ensuring open lines of communication, and addressing concerns with fairness and transparency. Our collective efforts
have already yielded positive outcomes, and I'm proud of the constructive relationships we have built so far. Together, we can achieve the shared vision of a resilient, efficient, and globally competitive aviation industry. This conference provides a valuable opportunity to explore innovative solutions, deepen collaboration, and chart a course for greater synergy. I encourage all participants today to engage with open minds and a shared commitment to progress. I commend the organizers for their foresight and dedication in hosting this important event, and I assure you of my continued support as we work together to advance the ideals of safety, productivity, and sustainability in Nigeria's aviation sector. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and impactful conference. At this juncture, I count it a great honor to declare open the second edition of the Aviation Union's Leadership Conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister here represented. It is with great excitement that we as unionists should give a round of applause to the Honorable Minister. He spoke well and he spoke to the point. Thank you very much, sir. One good thing is that they said it is now time for something. And that thing is something that has been living in our expectation. Okay, thank you very much. Very important information I was given now. Honorable Ministers and all the people who received the award. Since I joined the civil service, something I understand very clearly is that civil servants, they are paid either in arrears, in the present or in advance. Am I communicating? The awards given was given in arrears for the good things you have done for the union people. It is given in the now for the things you have done even to support this program. Sir, it is also given in advance for the one you are going to do later. And I know that the award encapsulates all of this. Thank you very much as you continue to prepare your biro to sign on that is in support. Thank you, because we are good to go. The thing about it is that since UAC stopped producing gala in Nigeria, the union have made it possible that we are going to eat gala today. So there will be a gala night for the management people who are going to leave now after the program would have been declared open for the business session. There will be gala night, sir. The minister needs to be represented because the gala we have meat inside, not the one that they are producing now, that is very wretched. And the gala we are going to serve in the night, we have some animals inside. No, Press King Hotel, number 7. It's still in the GRA here. We can't take it out of the GRA because we are comfortable where we are because of security reasons. So we want to provide security. Ma, please, you will be expected to be there. Sir, we welcome you. Why coming? Come with the ambience of the award you received. Thank you very much. Can we go for... Let us do something for ourselves now. They say we are going to take the tea break. But assurance I will give to you is that after 1 hour after the tea break, you take another break. You understand? So that there will be breaks in between because we didn't have enough break now. So it is on this note that I say the high table will lead. Sir, you are going to lead our people to the tea break. Comrade Hector will direct you to where we are going to break the tea. The cups are going to be plastic so that you will not break anyone because they say tea break before you get down and start breaking things. Thank you very much. Shall we be upstanding, please? Refresh yourself, shake off some things, and go for your tea break. God bless you.
Please, by 1 o'clock, we are expected to come back. 1 o'clock, yes, so that we'll take the first session of the 1.
The tea break is for 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes, not more. Go straight to the point. Go and take the tea and come back. 10 minutes tea break.
Solidarity. Are we still eating? Solidarity. Please, it's picture time so that photograph time so that we can allow these workaholic management people to, because their schedule is so tight. The leadership of Jatov, chairman, all the national presidents, national association, the regional secretary of ITF will lead us, please. The lead speaker and sub-speaker, please join us. After this, then we'll have a general one so that we can allow them to go. Please, the leadership with the management, please. Photographer, please come and arrange us. Let's do this fast. Please. We are going to put this photograph in our office, so let us make it to be smart. The leadership. Come here, leave your tea now.
Can you spread it? Open it.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much indeed. By virtue of our programming today, we have made some progress. We have had the morning sessions, which we popularly refer to as the executive session, where we extract some commitment from our allies, stakeholders, and management. Having exhausted, who is playing this music, please? Having exhausted the requirements of that morning session, we had to ice the cake with the tea break. And that's what the Englishman calls the icing of the cake. And now we are back from the tea break. The session we're about to enter now is the reason why we are here, the conference proper. At this conference, something is very key, and we must take it home holistically. The thing that is very key is that most of the people and persons participating here are on representative basis, which means you must have a feedback mechanism to discuss what you have been told here with your members. And that is why you would have represented well. The program is called Synergy for Safety and Productivity. If there must be synergy, everybody must be brought on board. And at this business session, I want to also announce to us, if you have your friend who is not around here, this program has a global audience. We are on Zoom. So you can call your members, send them the link to join via Zoom. You can connect from anywhere. In fact, I got a call now from Colombia that this program is going well. I told you earlier in the day I got another call from Mexico, and they're all watching the program. So, you know the place I'm calling, and you would have known. I said Colombia. The next is Mexico. Identification of specimen. You know what I mean. Who said that? So, from Comrade Danjuma, somebody called me a while ago from Sokoto that he's watching this program via Zoom. Sokoto. So, behave. Why I said this, so behave well. Behave well before your people will begin to say our AM is misbehaving. Behave well. They are watching from Sokoto. There is Sharia. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished dear comrades, we are onto the business session. And business session will be business-like. I know you have taken your breakfast. Please, this business session is going to be business-like. The thing we are going to be doing, please, can I have Comrade Hector in audience, please? Can you, somebody call Hector for me? Hector. If you are close to Hector, tell him that his attention is needed here. I say Hector, I didn't say it. I say Hector, Hector, not it. He who has organized this program knows that he will be put on the spot. Dr. Young, if I make the point, say, Okay. So, please, Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, some people, thank you. Some of our invited guests have just gone back to the offices. If you are still at the rear, please, can we advance to the front so that we fill these open items? In aviation, we don't like open items. Any opening like this, we detest it. Close, any opening you find is a finding, we close. Please come from the rear. Wale, I'm inviting you towards this place. Please come. Come, Rabioye. Mobilize the people around you, please, to advance. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. So without much ado, because we are not going to go into another national anthem section, we're going to just be going to what brought us here. And we're going to be listening to the first speaker today. Our first speaker for today is our dear brother, our comrade, because every staff of the Ministry of Labor and Productivity is supposed to be a comrade. Am I correct, Comrade Olumide? Thank you. That is what they are supposed to be. So, Comrade Radisson Obuji, Deputy Director of Federal Ministry of Labor and Productivity, will be speaking to us now, even as you give him a round of applause, gains of Strategic Labor Management Partnership. A round of applause for Comrade Radisson Obuji as he comes on board. Sir, they told me to tell you that time is of essence here. God bless you. You have been told the teller must be a fortune teller. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished union officials and other stakeholders in the aviation industry. I just have 30 minutes to just summarize what I have, but I'll be very glad if the paper presentation will be circulated so that the union officials will understand in depth what we mean when we talk about strategic labor management partnership. I use the word partnership instead of collaboration because within the scholars in the industrial relations space, the word partnership is more apt in describing what should constitute a relationship between labor and management. Starting with, because I'm summarizing the paper, when we talk about strategic labor management partnership, especially in an evolving aviation industry, we are simply looking at three major ingredients that can constitute the motive or the objective for that partnership. Over the years, I've had people talk about partnership, collaboration, and they tend to not understand what it is all about. It is not just the meeting of labor and the management to just discuss issues. It is a structured pattern of relationship, an institutionalized pattern of relationship. It is not that we're meeting tomorrow and the union will invite the management. No, it's not that. It must be institutionalized before we begin to talk about partnership. Any partnership that is not institutionalized, structured, can never and cannot be a partnership. So those three things that drives strategic labor management partnership are: one, organizational growth and efficiency is key. The survival of the organization is key to promoting partnership. And the second one is employees' welfare and well-being. Employees' welfare and well-being. And the third one is management satisfaction in meeting organizational goals. These are the three tripods upon which a sustainable strategic relationship can be anchored on. And if any leg is missing out of this, it is no longer a partnership. We know in the last 3 decades, organizations that have evolved over time and become relevant in terms of competitiveness globally have adopted what we want to discuss. And our own situation will not be the same. Partnership is not about equality of rights. So I want us to understand some of these elements so that when you go into it, you figure out what you want to have. It does not mean that the unions will lose their entrenched rights and, constitutional rights, democratic rights. No. They cannot subsume all of that into a partnership. Neither does it mean that the management will lose their entrenched rights and managerial prerogatives. No, it does not mean that. And it does not mean subsuming collective bargaining as an alternative for partnership. No. All these structures and rights, constitutional, democratic, and otherwise, must be retained. Please, I'm asked you to look into your bag. The presentations are all there. Okay, because I think that way soon. And when I finish, because I'm summarizing. So what do we mean by understanding labor management partnership? According to Lisa Maria Veit, a researcher at the Pepperdine University, she simply puts it this way. It says, put simply, a strategic labor management partnership is a collaborative arrangement between management and union representation, that addresses a workplace issues that are negatively impacting on organizational effectiveness, labor management relationship, consensus, and every other thing that may not have been covered under the collective bargaining arrangement. So what partnership does, it augments the areas that collective bargaining may not necessarily capture. And when some of us who are interested in scholarship, when we looked at the collective bargaining, there are a lot of flaws with the collective bargaining construct. Because it tends to center mainly on, in our own situation or environment, on Naira and Kobo. Even when we put maybe innovation, transformation of the organization into place, into the package of our negotiation, we find out that once we get the Naira and Kobo stuff from it, we forget the other ones. So collective partnership is more encompassing, it is elaborate, and must be taken very seriously. Hence, collective labor management share the vision-making process and work on initiatives that improve services and policy matters. Mark that. Labor management share the decision-making process and work on initiatives that improve services and policy matters. Note, a strategic labor management partnership does not replace, I repeat, does not replace existing collective bargaining relationship between labor and management. Instead, the partnership typically addresses other types of issues specific to the industry which might not naturally be covered under the collective bargaining process, as it were. So forming a strategic labor management partnership is not guarantee, hear me, it is not guarantee of receiving all anticipated benefits from such partnership. The objective of partnership must be defined and communicated to all the parties. So this is the leg we are addressing now, is the union, the labor management leg. And I'm expecting to see a broader assemblage of both the union officials and the management, not representatives, and the management, because it has a structural complexity that it will only take the management and the labor officials to address before going into it. Both management and labor relation and labor leadership must be willing to collaborate and share their power while retaining their autonomy. They must be able to collaborate, share their power while retaining their autonomy. In partnership, you don't lose your autonomy as a union. Besides shared governance, one of the most important components of a strategic partnership is shared vision. Does the management and the labor have a shared vision of the organization? And these are issues that must be collectively or jointly clarified, defined, and understood by the parties that are going into partnership. When you enter into partnership, what governs a strong partnership? Number one is diplomacy. Number two is the ability to lobby one another. Number three is the ability to negotiate through. And then the final one is the ability to reach a consensus. So it's not a matter of hitting the table or the management exercising their authority. No, it's not about, that is not all about partnership. The changing concept of labor management relation. There has been a gradually but impactful change in labor management relations in the last 3 decades, which has shifted the relationship from the traditional adversarial to a more collaborative partnership. This has fostered a healthy relationship between labor management relations, and this is supported by several researches. Beacon and Strong, 2000, find the motivation for management and unions entering into partnership arrangement as strongly linked to maintaining employee trust in the management. Rochi and Great 2000 says the improvement in employee and facilitation of change programs are often the objectives of Partnership for Management. Martin's 2003, the first strategic labor-man collaboration as a proactive and mutually beneficial partnership between labor unions, management, and other relevant stakeholders to achieve common goals and improve organizational performance or productivity. So these are elements that we will not miss out. So let us not think it is just ordinary meeting. Union executives and the management, you sit down, you resolve one issue, and everybody goes to sleep. No, it is not that. It is not partnership. I said earlier on, I've repeated myself, it is structured. So there must be agreement. How will this structure work between us, between labor and the management? We must begin to ask ourselves again, how do we have a homegrown and organizational grown partnership, taking into consideration local peculiarities as well as international aviation dynamics that most likely will impinge on that partnership before the process is commenced? It is what you must look at. You know, there are a lot of recommendations of what type of partnership. Are we going to call it interest-based bargaining? Are we going to call it joint labor management committee? Are we going to call it collaborative bargaining? Are we going to call it partnership council? Or is it going to be mutual gains bargaining? All of these are just theoretical. Until you define your own peculiarity, especially in your industry, vis-a-vis international dynamics that play in your industry, and you look at those elements that will support growth and competitiveness of the aviation industry, you might be missing it out. Therefore, what the major task before the unions today is how can we have a section on the most likely model that suits our peculiarities vis-a-vis international common practices? You must sit down and discuss around that. What are those things that we need to address in the aviation industry? At times, have some of us asked ourselves, why is Ethiopian airline more than 40-something years is still waxing stronger, doing better? In fact, it's a major earner of the Ethiopian economy. Why? It's because they early adopted the concept of partnership and not the rivalry between management and the union. And you don't come into a partnership with some degree of arrogance or monopoly. You don't do that. You come into partnership with simplicity, humility, shared visions and goals, common understanding on how we can improve the industry, clarification going forward. No strategic labor management partnership is built in a haste. Mark that. It is never built in a haste. It requires a diligent, conscientious brainstorming and deliberate engagements to clarify gray areas before the partnership process comes on stream. The following are prerequisites for all the parties involved to deliberate upon before having a harmonization meeting to agree on those knotty issues. What it means here is that both the union and the top echelon of the management is not sending representatives, because some of the issues that may involve will lead to institutionalization of this structure. So if you don't have an organized setup for it, it just will become like any other thing we've been doing for many years. Soldier come, soldier go, barrack remains. The following are prerequisites, like I said, for any successful partnership to achieve the desired objective. The following issues must be resolved collectively between labor and management. They must establish clear goals and objectives of the partnership. It is not decided by one party, no. Labor and management must clarify, establish these goals and agree on them. There must be an established communication channel. How do we communicate to one another? How do we develop joint problem-solving mechanisms? How do we put in place sustainable training programs for partnership members? It's not that one person goes today, the other person that may take over doesn't know what that partnership means. Management will go, another management will come. They don't know what that partnership means. And the only thing that can sustain that relationship is training. And then the parties must establish monitoring mechanisms for success or evaluation, appraisal, or progress of the partnership, and there must be timelines. There must be timelines. And you must also develop sustainable indicators to measure the success of it. What to avoid? Pitfalls that must be avoided in partnership. You must avoid that partnership does not mean that parties have done that before, lose their independence and interest rights. Each party must recognize their limits within the work environment. Their rights to collective bargaining must not be subsumed in that partnership. Neither does the partnership solve all problems. It addresses problems that are cross-cutting, which collective bargaining might not necessarily address. I've talked about the critical negotiating elements in that partnership: diplomacy, lobbying, persuasion, and intellectual and super knowledge of the industry anchored on analytic comparativeness. Major elements to sustain any partnership: trust and respect for both parties, shared goals and objectives, building trust and credibility, managing power dynamics, addressing diverse interests, focus on mutual gains, shared vision, use data-driven decision-making processes, engage external facilitators or mediators where necessary. Major challenges, before I conclude. The major challenge in the institutionalization of this concept into the industry's superstructure are as follows. Some of the specific challenges include resistance to change. Resistance to change. This is a paradigm shift. And go and do a study of industries across the globe. You know that they were open to change. Internal conspiracy about the partnership. We will say, go to management and tell them, what do you want to do? So you want to be on the same equal footing with the union. So you want to throw away your right. Those kind of stuff. We must guide against them. Bureaucratic delays. You can come and discuss with management, and union will discuss with management, and the process will not take off for the next 1 year, and that is the end of it. Interest conflict mentality between labor and management. And what can address this is capacity building. Frequent changes in administration can also affect it. Finally, the benefits. When there is this structure in place, higher organizational performance and competitiveness are achieved. The workforce becomes highly motivated. There will be an improved customer satisfaction. Attainment of global competitiveness will be realizable. Reduction in the frequency of conflicts through the use of social dialogue will be maintained. Shared goals and visions, higher degree of trust and respect for each other in the partnership. Ease in the implementation of programs, policies and other initiatives, and enhanced welfare packages and commendations. In conclusion, strategic labor management partnership can lead to significant benefits for the aviation industry, employees, stakeholders, and customers as both labor and management adopt this approach in harmoniously working together to achieve shared goals and drive success. Thank you very much.
We can do better than that in appreciating what he has done. Especially when somebody from Federal Ministry of Labor and Productivity comes to tell you here. Now, one of the things that should be driven at is enhanced welfare, enhanced remuneration, from Ministry of Labor and Productivity. A better round of applause for things to be enhanced for you. Thank you very much, and we appreciate. I hope this thing will resonate even when you get back to your office, so that the minimum wage will not be waged by any obstruction. Because at so many locations, there's a wage, and that's why NSC is warning that unless the wage is removed, so that the minimum, at least the minimum can come closer, there will be a problem. Industrial harmony will be dehumanized. Thank you very much, sir. If you are here, you will now know that you are representing unto a reason. Strategic partnership. We keep talking at it until we achieve it. And that is why we need to also get engaged. Because today's session from our program document is supposed to be delivered by two faculties. One is the gains of the strategic partnership, but one is to speak about the synergy for safety and productivity management perspective, union labor management collaboration. Permit me to very quickly, without much ado, welcome. Yes, sir.
Please, sorry. We want to call our attention to this. It's very, very important. So many of us are just here for the sake of being here. Not that we really want to learn. And tomorrow we go back, not knowing why we are union leaders. It's important that while this money is being spent is for us to groom ourselves to this knowledge. Let's get acquainted with what it takes. That was why the chairman, when we were with the minister at Marrakesh, one thing that we insisted at that level is that this training should cut across all stratas of the leadership of the unions. You are here today, not just for the sake of being here. We watched. So many of us left still, even when we called. You still left your, what do you call it? The paper inside the bag. What's that paper doing inside your bag? Are you going to use it for granola at home? So please, the next stage is our main team for the program. And we deliberately chose that because of us. Let us be attentive. That was why I had to halt him. So that it wouldn't be that at the end of the day, the money expended here will be in vain. You are a leader for a purpose. Don't fail your workers. Let us get acquainted with what it takes for us to be better negotiators and do what we have been called to do. God will bless you.
Thank you. If I had known that Hector will speak like this, I would have made him the lead speaker. If I knew he would speak like this, he would have been the lead speaker. But God has used him to deliver this warning. You are not representing yourself only. You are representing the whole essence while you are a labor leader. And to that extent, please pay strong and diligent attention to the faculty that is going to be speaking to us now. Because we have been told about the qualities you need to have as a union leader. That is in your document already. You can recite it even as you go home today. But let me invite to the podium to speak to us about strategy for safety and productivity management, labor collaboration. As I invite Dr. Daniel Young to come and speak to us. Dr. Young, you are highly appreciated. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. How do we greet such eminent personalities? Over the years, you have fought, you have struggled, and you have brought us gains in this industry, which we are all savoring today. And for that reason, I want us all to stand on our feet and celebrate ourselves. Solidarity forever. No, there is no confidence in that. Solidarity forever. I can see some of us are tired, so let me take you back to the nursery school. You bring your right hand out, your left hand, you shake it up and down, you do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around, and that's what it's all about. Please sit down. My slides, please. You are all going to participate in this. I have nothing to offer you that you don't already know. And so I have come here to introduce us to the things that the minister said to us when he came in, so that we can hold him to his words. Slide 1, please. On collaboration between stakeholders, Festus Kemu said, please read for us. We take his words back to him. Read.
The aviation industry is too crucial to the national and global economy to be held hostage by strikes. Labor unions, management, and the government must work together as partners, not adversaries, to address challenges and create an environment of growth and safety. Festus Kemu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Barrister Lutrus. The second slide. ITF, please read for us. Second strike. On strikes.
We must move away from confrontation and embrace discussions. The government is committed to resolving issues amicably, but we must also remember the larger consequences strikes have on the Nigerian economy and aviation safety. Festus Kemu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Give me a round of applause. Women in aviation. All right. Comrade, please, let's hear your own. Third slide, please.
Okay.
On the importance of dialogue.
The government is always ready to engage with labor unions to resolve issues constructively. Strikes should be a last resort. Through continuous dialogue and understanding, we can avoid disruptions that affect the public and the economy. Festus Kemu, Senior Advocate.
Thank you, comrade. The next slide. On the need to reform in the aviation industry. He's been talking about reformation and all that. And let's hear what he has to say.
for Nigeria to remain competitive in the global aviation market, we need comprehensive reforms. This includes modernizing our infrastructure, investing in technology, and improving the welfare of aviation workers. Only then can we prevent the kind of disruptions we see when labor unrest occurs. Professor Kiano-san.
Thank you very much. We know he understands the importance of words and the meaning. When you appear in court, you are going to be held accountable based on the things you have said. And so if we are going to have any negotiations with him, we take his words back to him. You said that the infrastructure is important. You said that dialogue is important. Now, when you decide to stampede us, you are not engaging on the terms that you have said to us. So let's have the last, I think that's about 6. Now, on the need to reform, I've done that. No, yes. On government's commitment to workers' welfare. Very important. Comrade Chukwu, you read this for us. That's what Festus Kemu said concerning you.
Well, thank you very much. On government commitment to workers' welfare, the government is committed to addressing the welfare of aviation workers. However, it is essential to understand that every time there is a strike, it is not only workers who are affected. The entire nation feels the impact. We need a balance where both workers and the industry can thrive. Festus Keyamo, SAN. Thank you.
2 key words stand out in bold relief when you look at the topic, the subject we are discussing today: synergy and collaboration. Synergy has its roots in Greek. Syn meaning together, agon meaning working together. Collaborate means come. Anytime you see a word with a prefix come, it means coming together. When you see add, it means away from. That's why you have adversary. When a prefix add comes before any parent word, it means away from. When you see come, it means coming together. And laborare, that is labor, coming together to work together. So we are talking about both management and union working together. And that's why I feel pain. Hector, Comrade Hector, I'm not here to make you angry, but I will. When you give me the honor of speaking and you allow me to bake this cake on one side, we lose the importance of this meeting. Because there are things that management ought to hear, and then you'll be able to interrogate them based on the things that they have said. Now we have lost that opportunity because they have left here. Now I'm recommending that next time, there are certain things we must shift forward so that when this engagement is being had, we'll be able to interrogate them based on the things that we know about the industry, and we get positive feedback from which we can now design the way forward. Next slide. The world is laughing at us. Let's look at what Tyler has to say, the former IATA president. He said, let's read. Please, may I have the honor. This is Tony Tyler, former Director General of IATA.
Labor strikes, particularly in emerging markets like Nigeria, can disrupt global flight schedules, erode profitability, and undermine aviation safety standards, and reflects the broader impact of labor disruptions on international air transport and the safety concerns that often accompany such strikes.
Tony Tyler, former Director General IATA. I'm very sure that we all know him. And now coming from him, it shows that the world is watching. When we engage in a way that disrupts flights. Now that's what we call in management, we call it the butterfly effect. That the flapping of a wing of a butterfly in Nigeria will affect how the rain or the weather in New York will happen. The engagement that I initiate here might have unintended consequences. Yes, we want to be paid. We want this, we have demands, but our demands may be affecting others that we do not intend to hurt. Sometimes we engage by saying, let's go on strike or let's picket. Someone might be sitting in that airport who has health challenges, who might die on account of that flight not being able to move him or her to the next destination at the time required. So some of these consequences are not the ones we intended, but they're happening every day. So this collaboration we are going to look at will come holistically. We're going to look at it with recommendations. So I want you to have patience with me while I take you through the story of strikes through the ages, starting from the 1960s to what we are facing currently. Next slide, please. In 1960, in the aftermath of the Nigerian independence, workers of Nigerian Airways engaged. What was the demand? They were asking for better compensation, job security, and professional treatment of aviation staff. Now, let me tell you, all through the years, because I've taken time to study the story of strikes, strike actions by level. What is strike? When we cannot communicate, when we cannot negotiate, is a form of broken negotiation, like the previous speaker has spoken about. If we can no longer understand ourselves, we must use demands or methods that will make you come to terms with what we are asking for. But this has been happening over the last 40 years. Sometimes, if you look at the consequences and the government's response or responses to these strikes, you discover that they have been consistent. They give you an impression that they want to address it, but never gets addressed. Take the next slide. National Union of Air Transport Workers, NOATE, went on strike in 2001. You will have this slide. There are 54 slides in all, so you can also take your time to research into it. Now, what was the government's role? The government promised severance benefit, but failed to meet the workers' demand, leading to further unrest. What was it? Because at the time, they had asked for privatization, and workers said no. And I'm sure some of you were witnesses to these events. Workers said no, you can't privatize. And the fears that the workers expressed later came to being. Because we know today that so many of those people laid off have yet to receive their compensations adequately. They've been paid, but they come in tranches and are not as when due. Let's take the next one. Effect on businesses. Disruptions in airport operations lead to delays in flight cancellation and affect airlines and customers, like I said. What is government response? When this strike happened in 2005, government attempted to mediate, but did not resolve the core issues. Now, you see, there are things we call trigger events in any conflict situation. These are not really the issues, but they are the things that provoke one to the point where he says, if I don't have it, I die here. But they may not be the principal cause of the, because people have pent up ideas, pent up anger. Now, over time, they've been enduring. Someone, you says, okay, you said to him 6 months ago, we are going to review your salary. And then you didn't review it. And things keep going haywire. And the salaries are no longer enough to take him to the end of the month. And he keeps having patience. Something might happen which is all related to that particular thing, and the man says, no, here is where it will stop. That's the trigger event. It may not be the direct cause of the action. So in analyzing some of these strikes, I have done some kind of stakeholder analysis and issues analysis. Who are the stakeholders in this particular conflict? How did they respond? What results did they get? Now, mind me, that any result you get out of any conflict is a direct consequence of the original resolve you had before coming. Because conflicts are in three forms: value-based conflicts, interest-based conflict, or personality-based conflict. When it is value-based, when it's a value-based conflict, you cannot persuade me against my own values. For instance, being a Christian, if you come to me and say Jesus Christ is an idiot, I may likely fight with you. Because these are the things that I cherish, I hold dear to my heart. Most times you'll find union members fighting. They are fighting based on values as entrenched in the law. There are things that you have given to us by right,
It is our right to have this. It's our right to have this. So when they come to you to say, these are the values we uphold, these are the values you have written in your laws, the condition of service, please ensure that we have these things. And you are saying no. These are values they cannot compromise. Why? Because they are only emissaries. People have sent them. They are acting not on their behalf, but on behalf of the group. And that's where collective bargaining comes. That when you go to the table to negotiate, you are not negotiating on your behalf. You are representing an interest. And that interest cannot be compromised. Anyone who is a good student of international relations knows that any time any country goes to war, it is based on national interest. And that's why there are no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, only permanent what? Interest. So negotiations with the union is based on interest. Interest-based negotiations are difficult to solve. Value-based negotiations are difficult to solve. But if it is personal-based negotiations, well, oh boy, if I give you 10 naira, forget. Don't tell anybody you'll take. Personal, he can accept. But when he goes back to the house and they find out that he has collected something behind, he loses credibility. He loses credibility. And you see, most times when people have had to compromise on the job, it impacts negatively on the entire house. What one offense one man has committed will now be taken as the global house conduct, and everyone is punished unnecessarily. Let's take to the next slide. 1980s, several slides. This privatization, you can see, is a recurring decimal. We saw it earlier. We are seeing it, that it happened in the 80s, it happened in 2001. Just recently, not up to 5-6 years ago, we had the same issue with, what's it called? Commercialization, not commercialization, privatization of airports. And we're already here again. We are here again. Concession is here. Now, I'm not here to address any of those issues. I'm here to tell you that certain things will not go away just like that. One historian, Thucydides, a Greek historian, said, as long as human history remains the same, my history will not change. As long as there is avarice, as long as there is greed, as long as there are things that people hold that are negative, history will never change. So anyone who is familiar with history can still go back to history and look at how these issues are solved and draw lessons from that and confront his opponents based on what he knows about the history, and the person will go away. Everything in life is based on persuasion. If you are not persuaded about the outcome that you want, you are likely to give up easily. But when you are convinced that you are standing on a good pedestal and that what you are pursuing is your legitimate right, nobody can convince you against your noble judgment. Let's go to the next level. Be fast with this. Wages and working conditions. During the 1990s, aviation unions such as Nuate and ASAN became more active in organizing strikes to demand better wages, improve working conditions, and job security. Part of what you are enjoying today, someone fought for it. It will not get to your time to fight for the next generation, and you become quiet. People fought for these conditions that you are enjoying today, and it's now your turn, and you are keeping quiet. It is not right. The period also saw growing unrest due to slow pace of infrastructural development. The capacity was growing, but the infrastructure was decaying. And so it became a problem, and the unions could not sit. They came together and said, no, we are not going to accept this. No matter what it is you are going to offer me, personally, I'm not going to accept it. We are going to fight for the future. Know that the fight and the struggle that you are in today is not for you. It's not for you. It's for the generations unborn. That you are able to secure for them a better life is what you have as your legacy. Everyone who has reached the age of 50 has entered his legacy years. You should be thinking of, what am I leaving behind? Am I leaving a good name? Am I leaving a plot of land? Am I leaving this for my children? What are you leaving behind? Some of us are at the evening of our stay in aviation. Some have 2 years, some have 5, some have 1 more year to go. What are you leaving behind? What records? These histories we are reading out today stories that people recorded while they were working here that have given you this impetus to act the way you are acting. Because if they had said no, let us remain on 13,000 naira per month, government would have glossed over their issues and they would have remained the same way they are. Some of you fought gallantly during the concession. I made many enemies here. Many enemies. But I'm wondering, because I'm not hearing dissenting voices anymore, what happened? Let's go to the next one. Collaboration. Let's go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. Quick. Okay. Strike over salary and working condition. It's not different from what you are doing now. It's a repeat performance. You are still struggling for workers, better working conditions and salaries. Whether you are going to get the result or not is dependent largely on your approach. We are going to look at credible best practices, global best practice for securing what you want from government or from management. You don't need to fight anyone. So go to the next one. So the story is endless. Go. Let me run. Go, leave the strike. Unpaid salaries 2010 to 2020. Go. Now, the same effect on businesses. The dispute led to, now stop here, strike over low wages in 2017. You see, the same thing that they fought here. And the disruption to flight schedules, loss of revenue and all that. Airlines continue to cry that every time you go on strike, they lose revenue, which is true. Now, if FAN goes on strike, FAN will still gain. Let me explain. FAN has commercial interests. When somebody wants to pay rent, he pays for 1 year. Now, if NAMA closes her door because FAN has closed, NAMA stops earning. So NAMA is beginning to reason. Why should this man say we should go on strike and they are still earning, and we go on strike, our revenue will close? So there is a problem here. So when agencies are not on the same pedestal with you, it is difficult to maintain a common front. It is difficult to say close and everybody you close. You close, some people open their shop from behind. If they are having, let me bring it home now. If there's any national strike, if you notice, the Igbo man does not stay in his house. He stays in front of his shop. They are doing strike. Nah, what do you want to do? He will enter the shop and serve you and collect money. When you are saying, hey, he will join you. He's still selling. So, and I have said to someone, I said the reason why nationwide strikes will not work in Nigeria is because the Igbo man is involved. You will agree with him that nobody is going to open shop, nobody is going to work. He said, yes, sir. They don't even observe cleanup. I hope you are aware. They're inside the shop. If you call him, he'll bring out the thing and come and give you. So union cannot work together unless everyone is in agreement. Next slide. COVID-19 lockdown, force majeure and all that. Everyone is affected. Go on. Central government, go back. Now, COVID-19. The airline industry was severely impacted by flight cancellations and loss of time. We are aware that they were giving bailout. But the workers in aviation who put their lives in the line got nothing. To the extent that the cab drivers, taxi drivers got something. But you were being packed down, not minding that you are risking your families, your life, because you are the breadwinner. If anything happened to you, your children will face it. So you got nothing. That was a good opportunity to make noise, but we did it. We lost it. The airlines were rewarded, and the workers who did the work got nothing. Now you see, I learned a lesson many years ago. I was in primary 3, and I came home one day. I entered the kitchen to take food, and I saw one piece of meat inside the pot. I asked, has my father eaten? They said no. I left the meat for him. My younger brother came in and saw the meat and took it and ate. I said, but you are eating this meat. Daddy has not eaten. He said, when he comes, he will find his level. So I was sitting down somewhere waiting for them to start beating him, and nothing happened to him. I changed. It changed my life 360 degrees. When it's available, take it. The world is merciless to the weak. Why are you postponing enjoyment when somebody else is taking advantage of it, and then you now start complaining? We went to school and we are taught in the reverse that isolation is what pays. Cover your notes, somebody will copy. Today, we are working with open book. The people who are ruling the world are those who learned collaboration while they were in secondary school. You call it textbook. It's not textbook. It's madness. I have come to learn because the world is moving. Everything is changing. In some universities, you call and answer questions with open book. Come with the textbook. Albert Einstein was brought to the university panel and he was queried while he used to show the students the questions before exam. And he answered, what is our intention? To make them pass or to make them succeed? So from the beginning of the term, you start solving the problem that you will solve in the exam. So when you come to the exam, you pass because you have learnt it. So the students of Albert Einstein succeeded in passing well, while others are getting 30, 40. What's your secret? I teach them what they are going to write in the exam. I give them the exam question from day one. Continue to solve it. These questions will come out in the exam. The world has changed. We no longer can do things the way we used to do them and expect a better result. Next slide. Strike by Nigerian pilots and engineers. I never knew that pilots and engineers used to go on strike. But most times you're on the platform, they are blaming the unions. Why you want to go to, why you want to go on strike? Unions. I never saw, I read this story, that in 2020, they went on strike. What were they asking for? The same thing you are asking for. Strike caused by widespread shutdown of flights, leading to significant losses for airlines, particularly low-cost airlines, which rely heavily on operational schedules. Now, that is the ostensible reason. The real reason is that they couldn't pay salaries. Because without money, how do you continue? Everyone is involved in this struggle. Everyone. Only that some people are pretending that is okay with them. Somehow, they don't want to complain, so they are not labeled. I have been labeled severally here. Some people say, Dr. Young, you're a sellout. You have collected money. And then somebody actually fought me in public. You collected money. Don't talk to me again. What is it? I said, well, we are. I was on one platform, knowing that Srika is still on that platform. And someone who used to be a director in Nama said that I enjoy Srika's money, that he can bet his life on it. And I said to him, if you make that statement again, I'll shoot the hell out of you. I never lobbied around Srika's resources. I didn't gain 1 naira from him. Never gave me contract. But the thing is, by principle, if I find someone that deserves to be supported, I will. Doesn't matter whose ass is God. The most important thing is I believe in what I'm pursuing, and I can stand anywhere to defend it. But when you are doing the wrong one, I will call you. This is not right. You will lose my support from this moment if you continue on this path. So I want you all to be convinced about what you want, because you see, personal conviction is what drives you. Some people believe that sleeping with somebody's wife means nothing. That's why they can do 400. They're not looking for heaven. They believe there is no God. Others believe that it's a sacred union that should not be tampered with. And so they refrain from such activities. Now, based on persuasion, we are driven by our objectives and what we want to get out of it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Fast. Fast, leave all these ones. Go. I need to get out of here. Okay, go. They are warning me. Chukwu is warning me. He says 10 minutes more. Now, go. No. Go. Now go back. Now, these are the core issues. Okay, thank you. Core issues leading to strikes. Of all these 20 strikes that I isolated here, these are the 6 identifiable reasons. 1, wages and benefits. Till 100 years to come, it will remain like this. Working conditions, job security, safety concerns, recognition and inclusion. Jatov at the time faced the last issue here. I remember the last meeting we had there, they almost roasted Comrade Hector. Why are you usurping this position? As long as human nature remains the same, history will not change. Recognition, and workers may strike to demand greater involvement in decision-making process, and you have been isolated severally. And I believe that your pain is self-inflicted. Living with a sense of subservience has been your major problem. Yes, sir. They bring another director tomorrow. You can carry. I just noticed that some of you can no longer walk straight. The people who are doing like this, they are not older than you. They are not more educated. Only time and chance. Privilege brought them there. And so you lose your dignity on account of trying to be believe me, it's only when I recognize you that you matter. To me, I must recognize you. I once was traveling, I met KOK here at the airport. Somebody said, I don't know KOK. I don't know you. Do I know you? He said, yeah, he appears on Nollywood. I said, I've never watched Nollywood before. You are as important as I make you feel. So when we are talking, he now got up, you see, he heard me speaking Igbo, we were talking, I entered one boutique there to buy, I said, take one shoe. Yeah. I can take one shoe, he took. I said, I didn't look at the price I paid. So he knows that some of us are not... If you have this mentality, this servile mentality, you have placed a limit to how far you can go. When two men meet for the first time, in 1 minute, the superior man is known. 1 minute. The moment you do like this, he has a right to pat you on the back. He has earned that right. You gave it to him. But if I meet Ilutru, I say, how are you? He's never met me before. The world will take you on your own terms. The union leader who goes about will not go far. Your demands will not be met. When you leave, they don't mind these idiots. That's how they come here to beg. Your presence should command respect. I was with former MD of FAN once, very good friend. We were sitting in one hotel in Abuja. When, at the time we are now negotiating, when we are discussing this concession thing, he said, Dr. Young, why are you wasting your time? Just give me 15 minutes. You will see them trooping in there. Wallahi, I was drinking tea. This program, do you think I care? Yeah. Well, I lifted up my eyes to God many years ago. If you take this away, He opens another door. Believe me. My sufficiency is of God, it's not of man. So if I am going to discuss with you and I will lose my dignity on account of what I will eat, keep the food. Let God be true and every man a liar. They were trooping. He said, I told you. I felt so ashamed of myself. Now let me confess for the first time, that marked the turning point when I started opposing you. Because from that point I changed. He said, Dr. Young, I told you I wasted your time. See. I felt so ashamed of myself. So you will be speaking grammar on Abia. See. You will give them something. So flip to the next side. Please, a leader must be a leader. People have put in your trust. People have put in your hands their future. They cannot all go and stand before the MD or before the minister, but they have said, go and stand before him on our behalf. You're a leader of men and women. And that's why every month they part with their hard-earned money to say, use this to support this program in our defense. If you look at NATO and you look at United Nations, one is collective security, the other one is collective defense, but they are leading nations. NATO is collective defense for all the NATO countries. UN is collective security. That means I pay my dues to UN so that if there's a problem in my country, UN will come and secure us. I pay my dues to NATO. Because in Article 5 of NATO Charter, it says one injury to one is injury to... That's where you took it from. Now, ANAP is suffering injury. Don't be idiots. Don't leave them there. Let them suffer their fate. Injury to one is injury to all. If you want to test the integrity of that Article 5 of NATO, go and attack a NATO country today. Ukraine is not a NATO country yet.
That is why there's a problem.
Any management that wants to test the integrity of your union, JATOF, because JATOF is the NATO of aviation unions. JATOF is the United Nations of Aviation Union. That's where you have your leadership come together to say, that's why you have in UN, you have 5 countries that have veto rights. They can only vote when there's a problem. So all the JATOF leaders can come together and say, the way they are treating ANAP, we are not happy with it, and we are standing with ANAP. But as long as you can allow an enemy to infiltrate your ranks, you will never win any battle here. Collaboration. We are standing with Nuate. Oga, go and discuss with Nuate. We cannot discuss with you. If Nuate is not happy, it means we are not happy. After the airstrike in September 11, on September 11, NATO changed. Everything mobilized. They were striking everywhere on account of America. That's how I want the unions to operate. See JATOF as your UN. That's where all of you will come together and say, okay, Comrade Hector, we want to see the minister. Not when we are going, say, come. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No! Oga, that thing you want to say it here. You want to hear it. That's how leaders behave. It doesn't matter how many people that are fighting you. Stand your ground. In 2014, somebody did something to me in aviation here. Somebody very powerful. And I walked to his office. And I opened the door. I said, look at me. That's your tap that is running. Close it. Don't need it. Somebody, are you talking? I said, yes, close that tap and watch me die. I don't do things like this. If that tap that is running, close it. I knew it was a death sentence. So I sentenced my death in the industry, myself to death. It was after that statement, I left for Abuja 2014. I designed the centenary flag. Anywhere you see centenary flag in Nigeria is my product. And they made it mandatory for all government agencies to purchase. If you see that one that has 100 is my product. 100,001 times how many millions? A few months after, the person saw me, he said, Dr. Young, you are looking better. I said, yes, I told you. I said, close that tap. Because you see, as long as you are the one opening it, you think you own my life. God will not show up as long as I'm looking up to man. It was when I shut the door intentionally that other doors opened. So sometimes the man who is threatening you, you have another job, this way, forget it. I also learned another lesson. Only stubborn people win. Yeah. Only stubborn people do what? Captain Mukhtar, blessed memory, tested my resolve. You are aware? One morning like that, I said, can somebody be owing me like this? I drove to SCA compound, parked my vehicle. I got upstairs, I saw the secretary. But before I went there, I had gone to the club. By 8 o'clock, I had two bottles of big stuff. Without food. I bought what's it called? Red Label. Kai. I drink up. It remains poor. I put half of my body. As I walk out that DG office, secretary saw me, Dr. Young, this early morning, I say, when I get police here, he said, yes. Is the DG around? He said, yes, but today is not his visit day. I said, go and tell him I'll make my grave here. Not going anywhere. Give me my money. He left the meeting. What's his name? The man in Anambra. Martins came from Ikeja that morning around 10 o'clock. They were having a meeting in the morning. He came and said, Dr. What is it? I said, tell this man to give me my money. Martins went that Dr. Young is outside though. He's making noise. What is the problem? He came out. He said, go and meet him in your office. We came. I said, count 8 files from your back. That's my file. I've been here for 3 months. What did I do to you? So we started talking. He said, okay, we'll pay you. I left. He called the GM admin. Called Ozigi, say pay him. 2 months, no payment. I drove there once, 4 p.m. I sat on top of my 206. I saw this man in Ikeja now, what's his name? Tukon. He was going upstairs to see the DG. I said, DG, I said, tell him that when he's going, he will meet me here. Tukon went and told him, I was sitting looking up, see how DG was. I said, you will pass here. They said to God to go and tell me I will pay you. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, I saw a lot. Sometimes you have to behave in an abnormal way to get results. And so that's why when the unions start making, it's not because of their personal gain. It's because of the interest they represent. That's why we are saying you will not enter this gate. Because what do I go and tell the people who sent me? That we couldn't get the demands we placed on government? We made demands. And I'm going to take words back to them. What do I say to them? It's a crime to come to my office and be telling me story. Every one of my staff know that. You don't tell me story. You bring result. Go and buy granite. You come back, on the way. I say, when you finish, say your name and say NTA News. And one result, not story. We say in Latin, sententiam non quarimus. We're not looking for long sentences. We are looking for results. So everyone who is here, make up your mind. When you bring out yourself as a union leader, you have a sentence of death on yourself. You cease to be your own. You belong to the union. It is not every time you show aggression. But if need be, you are not going to run away. Why? Because you represent a permanent interest that cannot be compromised. When you compromise your state, your union because of what you will gain, you are worse than Judas. How do you eat the money? Judas saw, after he collected the money, that it was useless in his hands. He took it back to the people. They refused, and he went and hung himself, which was an honorable death, because he realized that he had made a grievous mistake by betraying the people. Please don't betray the people who have given you this mantle. It's the worst form of betrayal any man can give to his people. You are more than a president. Let me tell you, you don't know. The Bible I read says that he that is in honor, but understandeth not, is like a beast that perisheth. He that is in honor and understandeth not is like a beast that perisheth. It's an honorable thing to be conferred, to have this conferment as a union leader. You must carry yourself with the highest level of dignity. Now you go and drink beer for credit, on credit, they will hold your shirt. Embarrassing the union. You are laughing. You know why you are laughing? I didn't call any name. You eat food, you don't pay. You are disgracing the union. Because eyes are on you. So somebody can go to Equatorial Guinea and not pay. It's a problem. Next slide. Next slide. These are the challenges we are facing. Aviation Union and Management, building a safer, more productive Nigerian aviation sector. What are the problems? Current industry, fragmented communication between unions and management, like the one you just saw now. We just hurry them, because you see, the impression that they want to go somewhere is the one we gave them. If you insisted that they will stay to the end, they will stay. That award should come last, following by next. Please, I tell you. Because you see, they need to hear what you have to say. It's not every day you have the opportunity of bringing them here. Such opportunities should not be lost. You just squandered an opportunity to get them to understand your heartbeat. You see, this conversation we're having now would have taken a different tone if they had been sitting here. Because what I'm saying now, I'm addressing you, I will have addressed them. It would have been a two-way communication. This is fragmented. I will look at the person that the minister sent, and then I will address him based on the prevailing issues. If he has anything to, so when the question and answer session comes, you will know what to ask. And then you can extract their communication and then put it in one piece as your communique. That from this, arising from this meeting, these are the issues that we were able to resolve. But right now, if the journalists decide not to report well, somebody can write and say Dr. Young said nonsense, and Dr. Young accused the minister of so. So I become a victim. That's why in the last 1 year, I've not said anything. Safety concerns requiring immediate attention. So, some of their control towers and this is undergoing renovations, airports are undergoing renovations and all that, but there are safety concerns still. So we need to isolate them, and in our communications with the management of the different agencies, we must be able to, adumbrate the importance of those things. Now we look at operational inefficiencies affecting productivity. Just a couple of weeks ago, because there's a project I'm doing around one of the airports, we wanted to pay to FAN. I'm sorry to say this here. For 2 weeks, we were going around with money to pay, nobody to receive the money. Is this person that was carried the file to this person? I had to call someone from Lagos. In Lagos, I was in Abuja, I called someone, I said, what is the problem here? You have generated an invoice, we want to pay. My staff is having the money. Who is the staff, the officer in charge of this payment? We couldn't find the person until the general manager commercial called the person there and said, deal with so person. That's when they collected the money. You see, in revenue generation, we have revenue generation, revenue mobilization, and revenue collection. If you mobilize and not collect, you've wasted the effort. The reason why people are thinking, why don't we commercialize, why don't we privatize, is because you are not running this as business. You see somebody going to work as children who are short of dinner. Somebody arrives at the office by 8 o'clock, they will start greeting from one office to office till around 10. What is that? Oh my God, from one office to other. Is it part of the work? No. But if you don't go and greet your guy, he will come out. Because you have told him that you are a slave. Sorry to say that. That's why you must leave your job and greet 500 people before you resume. I didn't see you yesterday. What? If you do your work, everyone around you knows the people you are working for. They know the people who are conscientious. You don't need to play a jester to convince your boss that you know your job. Some peddle rumors, and their duty is to carry gossip from one place to the other. It's not part of the job. And that's why they're not getting results. When the time comes, the people who want to give you a job will call you from wherever you are. Next slide, please. Now, key stakeholders. I told you I did some kind of stakeholder analysis. In all of this, we have stakeholder group primary responsibilities. We have aviation unions, and we have management, and we have the regulatory bodies. We have 2 regulatory bodies that govern our efficiency or productivity. We have NCAA. We also have Ikeja, the global body. We have management. And what is duty of management? Strategic planning, resource allocation, and policy implementation. Unfortunately, I must also say here, and I dare anyone in this hall to tell me in one single sentence what the strategic plan for aviation is in the next 1 year. You are working on it. But you will not enter a plane and the man will take off. And you say, where are we going to? He say, on the road we decide. It's not a roadmap. The strategic plan is not a roadmap. Oh. When Comrade Obuji was speaking here, he mentioned of securing buy-ins. Collaboration is about having a global vision. This is where we want to be. Norte has been building one small hotel in the last 5 years. I don't know. I'm coming. I didn't say you cannot complete it. Or a strategic planning. If you are not happy, complete it this year. Give me one room there. Let me be short. See, which of you intending to build a tower that does not first sit down, less happily when you have begun to build and is unable to complete it, men we say. Because we can only say based on our observations, what we are seeing. If you say you are building a house in the village, and 5 years, nobody will pass, okay, no cement. It shows that there was no plan in the first place. Now, if you get to Singapore, even if you are building a 100-story building, you have only 18 months. You have what? 18 months. After 18 months, you are not able to complete it. Government will take it over from you. Complete it and balance you your money. Rent out the whole place. To collect out your money in a war. Why did you start if you knew you didn't have the money? So I want to challenge all of us. The next year, as the year is winding down, we are coming to the close of 2024. By the 31st of 2024, a strategic plan. Leadership should sit down and conceive of a plan. Where do we want to find ourselves by this time next year? Comrade, the conference room is getting narrower. I was expecting more numbers. Last year we had more. Maybe money is reducing. Let's expand our coast and drag in more people into the network. The more the merrier. And if we share these ideas that we have with more people, we have more leverage, we have more access, we can get things done. Next slide. If the minister is not bringing money, let me know. I know how to criticize him until you bring money. I have been quiet for a very long time, not because I don't know what to say, but I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. Regular stakeholders meetings for alignment, very important. These are the collaboration frameworks. This is a framework. A framework is a structure that is built, that everything can align, you can build around it, just a skeleton. Everything you want to do will fall into it. Just like in research, you have research methods. Now, you also have theories. The theory is the lens with which you can see the event. So, with your framework, you can create. Now, everything you are building around building the future for these unions must be structured around this framework. The one is joint committees with equal representation. So if management is going to do a safety audit, union members must be part of it. It's a joint committee. Regular stakeholders meeting, shared decision making. You cannot decide on our future without having representation. We must have someone there. I have all these things listed out. As you go, you will see it in the slides I will release. It's already with him, so he can give to you. Flip to the next one so I can round off. Some people are threatening me here. Priority areas. These are the priority areas. Safety protocol standardization. If we want to have an effective system, we need to standardize our safety protocols. Workforce development initiatives. Operational efficiency improvements. And infrastructure modernization and technology integration. We are not using AI anywhere. We are still backward. But I think on your own you can, peruse the document. Flip. I want to finish. Current state of Nigerian aviation industry. 1. Aircraft incidents in Nigeria decreased by 25% between 2018 to 2022 on record. Major clap. That's a good place to clap. Major safety challenges include aging infrastructure like the airports. We have weather monitoring system limitations. We have training gaps in technical personnel, like we have a shortage of personnel in air traffic control and all that. So we must be doing things to help close these gaps. and the maintenance documentation compliance issue. It's unfortunate that NCAT is no longer here. I've had issues with NCAT because of the pace of training of ATCOs. It is quite slow. You have a gap of over 700 people in the industry, but your training rate is 18 per annum. That means before you will finish, good. We have a training gap of over 700 personnel, ATCO, and that's why we have aging workforce taken back into the system after retirement. Instead of giving the younger ones the opportunity to participate. I proposed one time when I saw the rector, we had a meeting and I had the opportunity of speaking to him. I said, sir, why is it difficult to fragmentalize your coursework and transfer part of the one you are teaching there to universities? So if someone does your course as elective and is able to do 15 electives or 14 electives with University of Nigeria and Soka, University of Abuja, he naturally becomes ready to go to NCAT before graduation. So when he has done 4 years in electrical electronics, for instance, and has taken electives in your course, you prorate the courses he has done. If he passes, you bring them in and then take them through the on-the-job training or whatever program, practical. Within 2 years, the person is ready. So you have 300, 400 people already studying to become air traffic controllers within the universities that are not mainstream NCAT students. So the person graduates as an engineer, ready to do 18 months to become a certified ATCO. But why you have to wait 18 people will stay in the dormitory? This place, there's no simulator. There's no, that's why we have people are moving outside of the country. Now, India saw the niche and decided to train their young ones along the lines of IT. So they are exporting labor to the world. Go to anywhere in the world, Indians are leading in ICT. Why can't we say that in the next 5 years we are going to export 500 or 1,000 ATCOs from Nigeria? Those ones are running away. You are not exporting. That is forced migration. It's forced migration. You see, when people run away for existential reasons, you can't say that you are exporting. Exporting means that countries will come to you now and say, we need 500 doctors, well trained, and you give them bill. Next. Safety matrix. Whatever gets measured gets done. If you can't measure it, you can't know the result. It cannot be done. So we have metrics. Now, safety matrix 2001, we have major incidents only 3. Near misses 12. Safety reports 245. The same you see is this one is increasing. This one is decreasing. This one is decreasing. So it's based on this you can make easy decisions and know whether you are effective or your operational efficiency is improving or is not. Now you need to use these metrics to rate what your performance. Next one, quick. Now economic performance. You have to have KPIs, indicators that show that you are making progress. Anyone who is a performance student who understands human performance measurements will know that we are going to measure based on activities that you did within a quarter or a year or so. So what we have done here is we have measured revenue growth in domestic operations and we have 15%. We have international route 8% increase, financial challenges, high operational costs, currency fluctuations, and these are some of the things that we are checking. If we want to check whether we are doing well, we have to look at these indices and it will help us guide us. So go. Role of the unions. We already know what your roles are. We have these unions. If your own is not included, it's not intentional. But these are the key ones that I've been able to x-ray. We have NOATE, ASAN, NAPE, and ANAP, and they are all ably represented here. Professional standards, that's your objective, nationwide regulations. Then NAPE, technical standard, pilot certification, and engineering safety. That I believe is, if there's nothing that, if I have not included anything I've missed out, you can add on your own. But these are the parameters by which we measure their performances. And go. Historical impact of industry development, go. Current advocacy priorities, these are the priorities that we should focus on going forward. Enhance safety protocol across all airports, improve maintenance standards for aircrafts, NAPE and the rest of them. These are some of the things you do. Go. I want to summarize. Management strategic objectives. When we're talking about strategic objectives, these are the key areas on your own. You must look at area, ground operations. What do you want to do with ground operation? We have reduced turnaround time. For airlines, we want to have reduced turnaround time. If we are using 15 minutes before, reduce it. That's what we know. That's it. 25% faster aircraft preparation. From the time they take off and land, the preparation of the aircraft should reduce by 25%. Management, optimize workforce scheduling, 15%. So you must have targets to show that this collaboration is yielding results. Next. Financial stability, next. I want to get to the last. Cost management, you can deal with that. Quick. Collaborative success models. He mentioned it when he was talking about how we can forge a relationship. But I already captured it as joint safety committees. We must have joint safety committees. It's not only NCA going to do, unions must be part of it, because unions have representatives everywhere. So anything they are saying, unions must participate. So we say safety committees comprising of union representatives and management personnel have proven instrumental in joint safety committees globally. These are global standards. Go to the next level. This part is very important, because these are part of the recommendations that I made as part of this training. Shared decision making. You can't make any decision without bringing unions as stakeholders, because this collaborative decision making is part of airport safety systems, airport systems. You must have collaborative decision making. You cannot sit down in your office as MD and say this is where we are going to, and unions will follow you. We need to be part of it. If you look at what they did when they were doing the concession program, unions were brought in as part of the people to moderate what was happening. For it will not be good to restrict it to just that. It should be spread across every major decision that the industry is taking. Unions must be the ones to take the message back. If they are not happy with it, they can kill it there. Next one. Training and development, very critical. I have seen selective honesty being perpetrated when it comes to assignment of trainings. For those who are loyal with us, to us, we will go to Cuba. This man didn't greet me last month, remove his name. It's not part of it. So the programs you want to design, 3 areas of programs that the union must insist that they will get. 1, programs must be either technical skills that they are given, or safety protocols, or leadership development. These 3 areas. And unions will identify the needs. Unions will be able to identify field experts or people who will benefit from this training and mentorship. So if I am the GM training and I'm conceiving a training for unions, and union members or leadership are not involved, they are not involved in the planning, the risk is that the general manager will appoint his stooges to go for those trainings, and the people who are supposed to benefit from it will not benefit from it, and the whole idea is wasted. Now, there have been occasions in this industry where some people who had 2 months to go were sent on overseas training. So the knowledge that they gained, they went away with it. It's useless. Unions must stand against it. When they bring the list, unions must insist. Let's see the people who are going for this overseas training. You see, how you are treated is largely dependent on your composition. You must make sure that you have a voice at the table. Don't allow people to push you aside. We are insisting that arising from this meeting, that we are going to do the right thing. Clap for yourselves. Next one. And now, dispute resolution, he has dealt on it. Dialogue, mediation, 4 levels before you go on strike or pickets. 4 levels, direct dialogue. 4 levels. The second level, mediation committee. Can we have a mediation committee? Can we dialogue with management? After that, can we have a mediation committee? The next level is external arbitration, where the two of us cannot understand ourselves. We must invite a neutral third party who will listen to the stories of the two sides. Now, where that fails, we now talk to NCAA. We have spoken to them, we have dialogued, we have brought people in to mediate, and we cannot. Now, NCAA, if you fail to get them to do the right thing, we are closing the doors. So we are looking at 4 levels, multi-tiered dispute resolution. All right. There are 54 slides in all, but I think I've done with it. Performance monitoring systems. I said, if it is not measured, it will never get done. Go ahead. Joint safety audits. I mentioned it before. Go. Now, let me leave the rest. They will speak for themselves. But I must tell you here, it's been wonderful meeting you. I have enjoyed myself thoroughly. And I know that all that we have spent time discussing here will benefit the industry. Collaboration is not a forced union. It is something that happens when 2 people agree to jointly work and get the result that will be mutually beneficial. If it's going to pay someone and not pay me, then there is something wrong with that collaboration. It is one-sided. And that's why I said, baking this cake on one side will not help any of us. Arising from this meeting, we should all go home, articulate our ideas as groups, and then come together as JATOF, and then come up with a position paper. That going forward, management, on the basis of what we have learned, will not allow you to take decisions that will not be of interest to the unions. And so, for every decision you want to do, you have to form a committee, and we must be part of that committee. Don't allow anybody to treat you as an outsider. You must not be on the menu of management. They will eat you, swallow you, and digest you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Young. The message we have listened to is coming from history, but is very young to us, because so many of us are hearing this kind of explicit truth for the first time. So coming from Dr. Young is very young to us, but it's coming from a archival mentality. A better round of applause for him, please. This is the kind of clapping that makes somebody lose interest in what he has said. If you have not listened well, at least you should have heard that information is not collaboration. Did you hear that very well? When a decision would have been taken and you are merely informed, is that collaboration? You must be integral to the discussion. Does that make a point? Those are the kind of things we are supposed to take from this young understanding. And I want to say also that if there's nothing to endorse specifically, this program of strategic partnership for safety and productivity has been well delivered and should be well consummated. If you believe that, please clap better, very well, for Dr. Young. I know that we are still in the morning of today's activity. I want to hand hand over this microphone, there's something we need to do very fast. The next item in your program, if you look at that document, because we are aviators and we hold document very dearly, we want to share, because we need an interactive section. We want to share our observations. We want to get comments that will be also in line with the discussion. We want to listen to your suggestion, how we can achieve this kind of collaborative synergy. We want to also have a recommendation from the participants. That session is another very unique session. And if you don't pass this session, you are not leaving here for lunch. Everybody must be participate. This is a participatory section. Everybody must participate to show that you have listened very well. That is what the chairman of JATOF said I should say. Sir, you said that they should be participating. Yeah, the chairman of JATOF says so. So I'm handing over this microphone that has become a microscope in our hands, because from the microphone you can see what is happening on the presentation, to my co-moderator in the person of IPP, Solomon Eki Ohema, Ifan Terebo, Naked Wire, Obato Swan, na Eba. Thank you very much. Come and hold the microphone.
Thank you very much. The only thing I know for myself that I work in the truth office. So I'm the truth officer in the aviation industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come this far, and from what we have heard, and for us to do justice after we've gone out of this place, is for us to know one thing. I just mentioned it to my brother Sefiano. In all of the lectures we've had, there's going to be a reality check for every one of us. How do we recruit our leadership? How do we recruit our leadership? We are going to really do a reality check if we must have meaningful collaboration, meaningful integration. Because if we continue to have people who do not understand the essence of their organization, management will always run away in collaboration. Those are the kind of people, because they are not sure of themselves, when they see a director say, "Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir," and they are selling you. But if you understand the situation, your circumstances, your position, I think they will recognize you and they will call you for collaboration. So in other words, the union have to do one thing: change or imbibe a good recruitment style of leadership. That is why we'll be having a lot of issues. Our leadership at the level of national, if they look back to their branches, the branch, we are talking to ourselves here. We are not outsiders. Don't recruit because of the person that is always greeting you. You say that person is good in the ESCO because you don't want to be challenged. A treasurer that is challenging you always, that says, "Mr. President, this morning, how do you want me to just be approving paper without letting me know what it's meant for?" You sideline such treasurer, you pick your people, and they say yes. Because if the treasurer did not say it, you have other people to work with. Is that integration from the basis? No. So gentlemen, we are going to talk about all this. There are a lot of comments. I can see my brother, the presidents we are here. I'm not a new person. Like, if you don't know me, I was once a president. I'm a former president. So I understand this game. I've spent 31 years in the aviation industry, and I'm not a small person as far as this industry unionism is concerned. So we understand these things. We need to talk to ourselves. This aviation. Managers have gone. How many times do we author papers to them for them to give us money? How well do you use your check-off dues? How many of us have ever called a branch meeting? Apart from when there is a threatening to say, Congress, come and sit down. You start mouthing and shouting. But your branch member does not even know you. They don't even know who is the chairman or the assistant secretary. It's only when the minister is talking about one thing, three unions will go and stay at Freedom Square and be shouting, we will not go agree, we will not go agree. We are here to talk to ourselves. This collaboration, this synergy must start from the home. We build it, then we take it to their doorstep. Ladies and gentlemen, President, leaders of JATOF, the floor is open for us to look at those things and let's talk, because at the end we must come up with a communique. If you don't come up with a communique, do you know what? Next time the leaders, your management will find it difficult to even approve this kind of thing, because they said when they went last year, what came out of it? There's nothing. They just took breakfast and took dinner, it ended there. So the issue of lunch is very important, but issue of discussing, having a communique out of it is paramount. So ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open. Comments, contribution, and observation, but we are going to manage it so that we don't run foul of our hours. Thank you.
Maybe I manage this one. Solidarity. Solidarity. Follow up to what IPB has said. You discover that before Dr. Young came to talk to us, I had warned that we pay attention. But do you know what? Some of us, sorry to say, those at the branch level, especially, so many of them have left because I was there monitoring. They just moved out. And I will be specific. Next time, when the national president don't put your name, the next thing you begin to say somebody is winch hunting you. So I think also time has come for us to begin to look at those, and I will begin to call names, because some of them call us even in Abuja. They only want their names to be in committees or something that will benefit money. So time has come for us to begin to call out those people. You are called government spent money. Your union leaders, the national presidents, they took their time. Before this thing was approved for it to hold, it was not easy. And here we are today, just for you to sit down and listen to some of these strategic teachings. Comrade Toko has moved out. I've warned him several times. He was making noise back there. Now, he has carried his bag. Everything is complete. He's not here again. And so many other people. I think we should begin to call ourselves by name. Any trade union leader that is not doing well, especially at the branch, we must begin to call them out and ask them to step down. Step aside if you can't do the work. Step aside. We can't continue this way. I do tell my people, look, if you can't do the job, if you are busy, leave it for another person. It's not a must. Yeah. Huh? So the point, please, let's be serious on this. At least the national presidents have done their bit. They have provided this platform. So many of us at the branch level, we complain. So many of them have complained to us at the forum that they are not being carried along. Now we have this platform. Can't you come here, know the essence? Money DTA have been given. So many have carried their own. Some carried transport, some didn't even come. It's unfair. And I don't think we should sustain this kind of character and behavior. Please, like he said, we are going to have a communique at the end of this conference. And that communique will be born out of our resolutions, what we agree at the end of this meeting. So please, your question or your observation will steer us into agreeing or disagreeing on the items that we have listed today or that we have learned today. I don't know whether we get what we're saying. So please, if somebody has asked a question or made a comment on a particular thing, I don't think there's any need for you to repeat it. We have also, Chairman, permission from you, the ITF, our leader here, you know, we must also appreciate him, Comrade Sefiano, the ITF Regional Secretary. You know, he's a very busy man. You people don't know him. But for some of us who have had the opportunity of going somewhere to meet him, you know that this man, bringing him here today, is a great thing. So we must not underscore this particular opportunity. So he is going to round up everything for us, then advise us accordingly before we pass our resolution. So please, if somebody has asked, if somebody has said something you want, no need repeating it. If you want to repeat, I'll take the microphone now from you. Please. All right. Number 1, 2. Just take your number so that we just fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take your number so that 5, 6. President, you 6, 7. I think 7 is okay. 7 is okay, right? Please, let's move. Right.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Comrade Jimo Abdelmumin. I'm the National Chairman of FAN. One, I have about 2 issues here to ask questions on them. The first one is that we talk about collaborations here. And this issue has been extensively discussed, and we are equally advised to make sure collaboration is our watchword. Now, my question is, if I have a leader that is not doing my bidding from the branch level, that is not doing my bidding from the branch level, take for instance, we are all aware of an issue concerning some agencies. I think it was even mentioned here that we must first of all have a common interest, because if we don't have that common interest, our goals cannot be the same. So based on that, I want to illustrate by saying, I'm from FAN. My question is, if a leader that is representing me is not projecting my interest, issue of concession, how can you do a concessions without people from the grassroots, that branch, being carried along? And you have people, other presidents representing other unions, thinking that the best way, take for instance, if my own president is of the opinion that concession is the order of the day, and from the grassroots, our decision is that yes, concession could be the order of the day, this is what we want. So I am bound to differ and challenge at any time that, look, this is our own decisions and this is what we want. That's my first question. Sorry. My second observations, which I want to talk about, so my second observation, if my leader is not projecting the interest of the general union, we are bound to challenge him because of what we are told to be.
Please, so that we don't, solidarity. I want us to go direct to the question, because this issue now, I don't know whether it's a question or a contribution. Just let your question be precise.
Sorry, let me reframe it. What I'm saying, that my question is, I'm under maybe ANAP. I'm using ANAP as an example. ANAP, my president is in support of concession, and the followers are saying no to concession. So, I mean, we are under that circumstance. What do I do? That is one. Now, the second one is that round up. Yeah, my second observation is that one of our invitees told us that it's unfortunate that fans were called to receive money, and then it was obviously not being proactive to do that. So I have been to him and I explained to him that it's one of the financial policy that no any staff on known account is allowed to collect money from the customer directly. And I asked him to even go ahead and find out, unless you are directed otherwise from your superior. That is, yes. And
thank you. That's no, please, no, please, no. Comrade, because of time. Okay, what's the question? It's okay. All right, I've been directed that it's okay. Please, I think the only question, if his president is at variance with his or the other people's opinion, what should they do? I think that's the question. Number 2.
Solidarity. My name is Comrade Ono Aolua Fumlayo. My own take is, please, we are pleading with the Honorable Minister, talking about our generation. We know that in the aviation industry, things have gone up, and our rates, charges should be looked into. We don't want this saying that we should not increase, because we know what the exchange rate and the cost of things is. So please, we need to increase our rates, and we want that to be looked into. The second one is our tariffs at our own agency, NAMA. Yes, it's long overdue. Please, the Honorable Minister should please allow us. So that's that. 2. The second one is what our Dr. Young said is what we should look into. Talking about the training, we have the medical team, the law, and the doctors. So they should look into a way of putting that curriculum into the university, and then they will finish it in INCAT. I support that move, and I think it's a good move for stakeholders. Yeah.
All right, 3. Number 3.
My name is Comrade Aderen Komishiaman at SAN NCA. I stand on the existing protocol, and I salute the leadership of this forum. This is a challenge to the leadership of the forum and the supervising ministry. Without prejudice to the effort that has been made by both the honorable ministers and the leaders of the union to stop the deduction of revenue of aviation agencies, I want to sound a note of warning that the recently packaged Nigerian Revenue Service Bill to the Senate, in part 7 of that bill, it is going to take away every revenue of aviation agencies into a common purse, and aviation agencies will have to seek for the usage of their money. I want the leadership of the union, in collaboration with the ministry, to interrogate further the content of this bill, and to commence lobbying, to commence further discussion and collaboration with the Nigeria legislators. The bill is generating recourse by different sectors, and aviation sectors should not be left out. They should interrogate this before we are caught unaware. Thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. Number 4? 4. All right. Mr. President, the chairman Jatuf. I'm with you. You're with me, you're looking forward.
My name is Richard Allison, the National Vice President, NAPI. My question is based on personal experience. Back then with the company, my former company where I worked in Bristol, I don't want to mention them. So when the white man was in charge of the management, everything was okay. I personally was part of those that fought for the blacks, our national brothers, to take over the management. I'm coming, sir, so that they will know how I'm saying the question. So when they took over the management and they found out this guy is a union man. I know I want to ask the question. I want to bring so that they understand. Okay. In situation like that where a union person was victimized and the nationals took it upon themselves, reported the issue to NCA, to Minister of Aviation, Minister of Labour and the rest. At the end of the day, management were not ready to do anything. In that case, what do you advise that the union should do? Thank you.
When there are, all efforts are made to resolve an issue, even after writing all letters, and nothing happens, what should the union do? Number 5, right? Number 5. 5. Please direct.
Thank you very much. I'm Comrade Hassan Ali, a National Auditor of ANAF. It's an observation and question at the same time. When you look at it, most at time this kind of program is just like a training that have two parties, the union and the management. But mostly the participation is union. You hardly see full participation of the... Okay, that's just the, it's on that.
All right, thank you. 6.
Good afternoon, comrade. My name is Comrade Patrick Afatapa. First and foremost, I want to talk about Tuko. Know that Tuko just left. Tuko actually went for their society, there's NC in Abuja. I think his flight is for 3 o'clock. So that's one. Then I want to reiterate what my colleague just said here concerning the increment of NAVIT in Nama. What we are using currently now, Nama is charging, I think, 11,000 naira. Sorry, 11 naira. As at 2008, when a leg flight was just about 15,000 naira or so from Lagos to Abuja. But today, we are talking about almost 250,000, or even some even collecting as much as 300,000. So please, we want this forum to adopt that charges has to be increased, because that's the only way Nama can really survive. So lastly, when the resource Dr. Yon was speaking, he talked about the proposed strategic plan. I just discussed with Mr. Rector that we have developed something. I have sent it to him. So I still believe that before we leave this place today, let's look at it so we can adopt it. Thank you.
Okay, there is need for a strategic plan for the unions based on what we have learned from Dr. Young. Number 7, right? 7.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Comrade Dauda Nanbo, National Vice President, Luwati. My observation is on the issue of synergy for safety and productivity. We cannot be talking about safety, we cannot be talking about productivity if we are not deliberate about technical trainings. We've observed that most of our organizations are no longer paying premium to technical trainings. And if you don't train your workers in their various technical fields, you can't talk about safety, and there will be no productivity. So as such, I want this forum to push amongst its community that technical trainings should be emphasized for workers of the aviation industry. And also, I want to say that the reason why we have some of our people leaving is because we've come to see union programs as a jamboree. If we begin to construct it in such a way that it looks technical, it will begin to put us on our toes so that we'll have more effective results. Thank you very much.
Need for capacity building. All right, the last question or contribution, the last one, please.
My name is Comrade Ahmed from FAN. Mine is just like an advice to the leadership of JATOF. We really appreciate this forum, and my appeal is communique realized at the end of such kind of forum should be highly documented, followed up, and at least one or two of the resolutions should be seen to be effected, either at the level of JATOF, or if it is to be escalated beyond JATOF to the ministry or to any of these agencies, like this suggestion made. Let us take just one and ensure that it is achieved for next session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All our resolutions have always been forwarded to management, and one of them is what we are just saying today, sustainability of this program and other things. So, well noted, and we're going to carry it. Please, very brief one. Let's just...
Good afternoon. My name is Comrade Yunus Abdulsalam from Federal Ministry of Aviation. Mine is just a way of contribution and to tell our comrades that I'm from the ministry, and that the ministry is already developing a strategic plan for 2020 to 2025. It's ongoing and will soon be completed. All agencies are involved, and we have been having meeting at the ministry, which will be conducted or handled by PRS department. So this is just an information. Also, I observed that FAN, as part of a lesson that we are going to take away from this place, that FAN should please emphasize on the training of safety personnel. Because we travel to some places and most of them complain that safety officers have not been trained regularly. Please, FAN should do that of that.
So, okay, Chairman, before you round up, or I should give to him. All right, sir, please let's put our hands together for the ITL. He will look at all these things, attempt to answer some, then the rest, Chairman will answer, and please, we'll round up because they are waiting for us for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, please, I don't really intend to take much of your time. I'm actually highly impressed by the presentation of the last speaker, that is Dr. Young, to have gone through some of the essential areas that I think is very pertinent for us to take note. Also very impressed about the historical events that unfolded through his research, and I'm happy to let you know that I was in one way or the other part of the struggle, and either when I was a vice president or when I was a president of the union, in collaboration with some of all these leaders and past leaders, they were president or leaders of the various aviation union. But one thing that I really want to share with you here, as I've said, I'm not going to give you the details, but from the discussions that we had when the minister and of course the general secretary of IT were having this conversation, I think three things were really mentioned. One was about the issues that has to do with severance payment of Nigerian Airways. Second, that has to do with targeting some of the major airlines that have refused to unionize. Third one was about the concession of the airport, which the General Secretary has agreed that we should make sure that we work towards making sure that we have this in a very nice way. But I think to encapsulate the point here, we have an understanding that we're going to have a kind of there's no conclusion anyway, but I'm sure by next year, either maybe early next year, we're going to have something like a symposium. But this symposium is likely going to have the involvement of all the unions, all our affiliates in Nigeria, which includes the maritime road and rail. But in the process of the symposium, we can decide to segment it, where various industries will have to meet separately before we come and have a joint one. But one thing that I really want to also take note here, for you to take note, is that we are actually very weak in the aviation industry. I have to testify that. The government do not seem to be understanding our strength. That's why they're taking advantage of that weakness, and including the airlines. He talked a very good, important thing, that why do we have to allow the management to live here? This exercise would have been an exercise where we have to engage the management and even airline organization, what do you call it, AON? Because I just want to reflect on what is happening in the maritime. There is no seminar, there is no workshop. Ayo is here. Ayo is our coordinator for the MAS project, which we call the Maritime Affiliate Support Project. there is no time that we will call for an important discussion, either technical committee or otherwise, that you will not see the ship owners. They have ship owners association. They must be there. Sometimes they are the one that will be asking, when are we going to have next meeting for us to sit down and collaborate between the unions, the MASA, MPA, ship owners, ship managers, ship charterers. We sit down on the same table and discuss. Why can't we replicate that in the aviation industry? So probably I'm just trying to see how probably next time if we're having this kind of engagement, not only inviting the management, not only inviting the union, or sorry, the ministry, for example, let us see the major players, the major private players in the industry, that's the AON. They must also have to sit down and see how best we can move forward in this kind of things. And of course, there are a lot of things that he has said which I really captured. One is very important that has to do with the interest. You know, some people come to union because of some personal pecuniary consideration. Probably I'm the president, probably I'm the general secretary, probably I'm one of the national officers. And by chance or by otherwise, they've just seen me nominated or otherwise that I've traveled to Cuba, I've traveled to South Africa. So that will engineer them. Oh, something is happening there. I also want to be there so that I can start. So it is not about a common interest. It's usually about personal pecuniary consideration. I can recall this. Some of you knew, I'm not trying to recall what happened in the past, but I can recall clearly, even when I was the president, when I was to contest for the second term. Guys, you know the challenge I went through. I'm not trying to blow my trumpet, but I know the challenge that I went through. Dollars were given to delegates, not to vote for me. You all know this thing. Dollars, not naira. Hector, you know all this now. And these are people, so our major challenge is not even the management. It's an internal, what we call internal blacklegs. So we must have to address that for us to move forward. But I don't want to take much of our time. I know it's time for that. But what I'm saying is that I'm just trying to think about, in fact, I've started thinking about how I can generate some budget in terms of trying to see by next year, with the approval of my general secretary, so that we'll have this elaborate, symposium. I'm sure with the countenance of the minister when they were discussing with general secretary, we're not going to have any problem from his side. The only thing that we have to think about, which he promised, I don't want to use the word promise, but which he needs to see how best he can take along the Minister of, they call it Minister of Marine, what do you call it? Marine and Blue Economy, and the Minister of Transport. We don't have any problem trying to bring this. He's going to make sure that he brings this together so that we can have an elaborate discussion. I'm very, very, very glad and happy that we have very good resource persons that can be part of this exercise so that we can see how best to work together. So please, I have so many things to say. I have been traveling. I just came to Nigeria to see my family. Now I'm traveling to Senegal, I'm going to Kenya, going to London, coming back to Kenya again. I think I have to travel to about 5 or 6 countries before the end of this year. But I will try my best to see that I give you that consideration in terms of what we do in ITF, not just because I'm in Nigeria, because you are really entitled to, because Nigeria is the biggest country that will have the biggest affiliate out of 1.2 million affiliates that we have in ITF. Nigeria accounts to about 70%. So you are really entitled to. We don't have any major project now. I think we have only 2 projects going on, the Ethiopian and Organization project and the MAS project. And I want to assure you that we are going to have so many projects. Of course, what we have discussed, actually, we are discussing today, forms really part of the Congress team document that we have endorsed in Marrakesh. Occupational safety and health, rights, equality, future of work, transport sustainability, and what we call supply chain accountability. So all this has actually captured. So we don't have any problem trying to make sure that we do what you really deserve, because the power in Africa is in Nigeria as long as ITF is concerned. So I'm going to support you. I'm going to give you all the necessary things that you need. And I'm going to assure you that probably in the very near future, I'm going to let you know what will happen in terms of having this symposium. Most likely end of, maybe first quarter of next year, let me just put it this way. Yes. So I'm happy that, well, as I've said initially, let me re-emphasize this. I think the management have left with an impression that we are weak. That is my understanding. Because if we are giving them tough time, today I'm sure the representative of the MD will call the MD of FAN. You have to do something with these people. The representative minister will have to call the minister that something is happening, you have to do something for these people. And again, finally, those people that are thinking about getting money from management, it is your right, even legally, but not on personal consideration. I'm a labor lawyer. I know what the labor laws talk about. The management has an obligation to fund your activities, but not on your personal capacity. It is part of the labor laws that the management, as long as you are an established trade union, they should provide office for you, they should provide mobility for you, and furnish that office, and give you everything that will make sure that you run that office. But don't put this money into your pocket. This is part of the law. So don't be afraid of demanding your right from your management to fund your union activities. This is what, if you can continue to be doing what you are in terms of what I have seen here, this is legitimate. This is legitimate for you to demand for this. But as he said, I agree with him 100%. Don't be inferior. Don't create that inferior complex within you. Be very, very strong and active. Be very, very confident. Don't just be, as he said, in fact, the way he put it, I just like the way he put it, you know, we're going to man. It is your right. That is what the law says. So I will have more time for you because, you know, in subsequent discussion for us to see how we can discuss and see how we can move forward. So thank you very much, and I agree. Thank you, brother. All right, yes.
I'm bending down. Let's put our hands together for him. So let us not confuse this with giving honor to whom we are Africans while we are doing our work. So please, because of our time, I will have given the presidents, each of them, the opportunity to respond to some issues raised here. But because of the want of time, let the chairman of JATOV compress everything and attempt to answer these questions. Whether we are satisfied or not, in the next Congress, in the next conference, we will look at it. So please, chairman, let's put our hands together for him.
Yes, thank you. Before I give the close vote of thanks, just to speak to one or two issues that have been raised here. I'd like to thank the resource persons for their wonderful presentations. It mirrors the true state of affairs in our industry. Yet, as leadership, we're doing our very best to see to it that we take our affairs, that is the affairs of the workers, to government, that we together in partnership find reasonable and workable solutions to those issues. You know, issues of concessions have featured prominently today. And I can assure you, I have not seen within the forum, the presidents, the secretaries, nobody has said, we want airport concession. Nobody has said we want airport concession. The narrative and the point of concern has been, you know, it's a thin line, it's a line between workers' demands and government policy. And at a point in time, we did say, if you insist that you want to go on with the concession, you must do A, B, C, D. In fact, let me tell you how far we went with the last minister. We did say we are aware of the financial burden of FAN in terms of the pension liabilities. I understand today is over 200 billion unremitted staff pensions. We did say at that time when it was 150, are you ready as government to take over that liability, pay on behalf of the staff, then call NUP, negotiate with NUP, pay off? Because at that time we knew FAN was paying around 650 million every month to pensioners under the defined pension scheme. If you can negotiate with them, pay them off, then you would have free FAN of this burden. Then the 650 million that is going in will now go into settlement of the remittance, monthly remittance for active staff in service. There were certain things. We even spoke about the need to pay certain money into certain escrow account. But you see the challenge, the template of the concession is that labor issues are not discussed until the last. That is the challenge. And that was why we called for certain engagements between government and the workers. That is aside what our representatives in the concession committee. It was not my decision. It was a baton that was handed over to us by Brother Safianu, Benjamin, Balami at that time. When they asked for nominations on the part of unions, we recognize that concession issue is unique to FAN. We discussed, and they took a decision at that time that the nominees should both come from FAN. We had 2 slots. In fact, NAPE wanted a 3rd slot, but the government said they would give us only 2. So we, when I hear certain things being said, it's very sad. But we are leaders. We'll continue to push. Even as we speak, we were in Marrakesh when certain protests were going on in Nigeria, on the Enugu and other places. But I'm sure we are all witnesses. Jimo, even you were there in the meeting with the minister in his office in Abuja when he said there was nothing currently going on, that there were expression of interest. People, in fact, Enugu and Ibadan, the state government in Ibadan said they want to invest in the expansion of the airport to upgrade facilities to international standards. They are not ready to run. It's not a concession. They will just put in their money to upgrade the standard of the airport. And that they went ahead and got the approval from the president. Was that not what he said? He said it's not a concession. Enugu was the same thing. The government wanted to put in some money. In fact, Enugu, they want to take over management of the airport to manage themselves. So a lot of things are in the realm of rumor, but we are not resting ours. We are working. Everything we pick up, we bring to the minister, and he tries to explain. And he said he will not do anything without the unions. That was what he said. Now, that is for concession, and you have our assurances. Dr. Young, in your presentation, lots of references, quotations, and you would see the pattern, one directional. It's talking about the concerns with union activities relating to shutdown, strike, picketing, which disrupts the normal flow of activities. But nobody, in all the quotations, nobody has spoken or said anything about the rights of workers and call on employers to allow workers to unionize. So you can see our predicament. But we'll continue to push. And to address some of the concerns raised here, the minister has said, and particularly what you reinforce, Brother Sefiano, the need for us to be under one roof, management, AON, the employers, and the unions, to discuss these issues, unionization, concession, everything. NAMA has a right under the law, its Establishment Act, to increase its charges. This is a management thing, purely a management thing. Provided you are in compliance with ICAO document 9082. That's the policy document on the review of charges for NSP and airports. So what is the procedure? You are required, because you are charging, you have providing services to airlines and other people. You are to engage with them that you want to review your charges. There should be stakeholder consultations. It is after that consultations that you bring up your charges, not for approval by NCA. NCA would regulate, but not for the purpose of approval. NCA will beam its searchlight to see that you comply with all the procedures. And once we are satisfied, NCA will go ahead and say, go on. It happened with the ground handlers. They protested. They came to us. We sent them back. Go and meet as stakeholders. SACOL and NACO, meet with your clients, the airlines. Sit with them. Agree. And they went and they agreed. And they introduced their new charges, and everybody's paying. So it's not there's no hard and fast rule to this, provided we follow the procedures. So a lot has been said here, and I don't want to repeat. And because of want of time, I want, on behalf of JATOF, to thank all of you, principally, and the secretary just reminded me, speaking to your last statement, the ministry graciously availed us an office and furnished the office in Abuja, so that when we're in Abuja, we can find some place to sit, hold some meetings before meetings. Usually, so JATOF has an office now in Abuja. And let me say, JATOF has no pause. JATOF has no pause. We don't have a dime. Everything comes with any program we have outlined. But we are working in conjunction with the Secretariat, because most of our programs are powered by the ministry. It's the ministry that gives us approval, then the agencies will support with funding. So, the ministry has been magnanimous. Successive ministers have assisted in the area of capacity development. Why I'm raising this is speaking to the same issue. You get an approval and somebody says the national presidents have compromised. On training, the same capacity building we're talking about. And if you notice, this current PAMSEC, since he came, he said, I will not allow any person to travel without his president. So I will hold them accountable if anything happens. Still, we bend. Sometimes we step down to allow for others to go. So we are many. And if you know, we have evolved a policy that, you see, it's not the era that you have a slot today, you want to go again when others have not gone. Please, let's be fair. We'll be fair to everybody. But the slots, the minister is doing a lot, going every now and then to get this approval. But I can assure you, we will continue to appeal to a lot of us. And like I said, let's not politicize approvals for training, because it happened even in your time. The last training you organized in Dubai, certain people said we had compromised. It was a sellout. So please, please, my appeal. You will get here. We will leave someday, soon, and we will see how all of us, those who will hand over this baton to, will manage the affairs of the union. I will challenge you. I know me, I know what I do. I have never, since I joined the union, written one request to management for anything. Anything. Even when I was approached severally, I declined because I know I hold an office of responsibility and I know the politics. So please, we should have faith in our leadership. If somebody is going wrong, I can assure you we correct ourselves. We challenge ourselves. Before we reach certain decisions, we challenge ourselves. So please, without much ado, I'd like to thank everybody, particularly our brother Safianu, for making it possible to be here with us. We know your schedule. You are a very busy man. And I keep praying for you. He is doing a very great job there, representing Nigeria. Representing Nigeria. We are very proud of you. And we pray that God will continue to give you the grace and keep you in good health, because it's not easy flying, hopping this every continent of the world. Thank you, our friends, gentlemen of the press. You've been wonderful. But I have a challenge. I have a challenge. And I want you, there are issues that have seemed to put Nigeria in the negative. My challenge to you is, please research. Research before you write. I hear certain airliners come and say, Nigeria abandoned us when we needed Nigeria most, on designation, on issues of national carrier and whatever. We need a national airline, just to reinforce what President Galadima said. We are challenged today by SATIM and AFTA. Countries are moving forward. We cannot afford. We are not consummating 15% of our bilateral air services. We are not. This industry has been in the hands of private players for over 2 decades now. No forward movement. The fortune of the industry is dwindling day by day. We need to support this cause. A national carrier will do that for us. This is something I'm proud that our forebearers took to National Assembly. They discussed with the ministers then, and they took this issue to the National Assembly on the need for Nigeria to have a national airline. We have been very supportive. He spoke about COVID. During COVID, there were no flights. We risked our lives to get to National Assembly to talk to them on the need for intervention for industry. I don't care whether the unions got it or not, but we presented it. And after we did, we met the minister. It was myself and Galadima that were able to make it. We met the minister. We told him this is what we did. He said that was a good thing. He was going to take it up with Mr. President, and he did. And something came to the industry. I have no regrets that the unions got nothing. But at least an intervention came, and a lot of airlines, aviation undertakings got this intervention, and it helped. So we'll continue to fight. I thank you all.
Please. No, coordinate your Goza. Coordinate it. 3 Goza for him. It's not easy to lead. If you think it's easy, contest election and win at that level. Sorry, before we stand up and take the final prayers, President and Chairman of the Forum, I want to remind you of our last meeting where the Minister told us that aside this conference, the leadership, remember you requested from the minister that there is need to face this issue of concession headlong, and the minister agreed. And that, based on that, the minister decided, and I believe the ministry will write in that regard, that I think 2nd and 3rd of December, right? December, yes. He told us 2nd and 3rd of December, he earmarked it for his engagement with the unions at all stratas, yes. All the unions on the 2nd, then all stakeholders on the 3rd in Lagos here. So please, if there are things that have not been resolved here, please keep it in your small purse. In that meeting, the minister will be there live because he will preside over that meeting. So whatever we have, but please ask your questions with knowledge, not just the one you will hear in the marketplace. May God bless us. Let's rise and take our solidarity song, please. Okay, the national anthem.
Please open your... What has become... Hello? 1, 2, go. Now. Though tribes and tongue medieval, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign mother. 3. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Solidarity, solidarity.
Please note, those of us, I just want to do, if you know that you want to attend the gala night, can I see your hand up? Gala night. Gala night is going to be at Pristine Hotel, GRA. Please let me see your hands. If you are not coming, no need raising your hand. Number 8. Please, yes, you are encouraged to come, please. Thank you.
6 p.m. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. at Peskin. 6 p.m. We want to see you there, Olumide. Olumide, we want to see you there. Come here, Galadima. You must come. Secretary of Jato, please hold this microphone. Thank the MCs, I beg. Thank them.
MCs, we thank you very much. God bless you.